1979. Hilarious history to fall asleep. A record of national Malais-ery and other delusions. Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The Stationary Journey. It is a curious and melancholy truth that the more a man perfects his means of getting somewhere, the more likely he is to find himself sitting perfectly still, contemplating his own sins while his engine idles in a state of expensive despair. By the year of our Lord 1979, the American Republic, a nation originally conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that any man with a horse could eventually outrun his creditors, had undergone a peculiar transformation. We had traded the horse for a 3-ton block of rolling iron upholstered in synthetic velvet, and we had traded the open road for a 3-mile queue at a Texaco station. The stationary journey became the defining pilgrimage of the era. It was a time when the energy crisis was the only thing we had in abundance, and malaise was not just a medical condition, but a national hobby. To look upon a line of automobiles in 1979 was to witness the great American spirit reduced to the level of a thirsty cow waiting at a dried-up creek bed. Only the cow has better manners and is considerably less likely to pull a snub-nosed revolver over a gallon of unleaded. I have always maintained that there is no more honest mirror of a man's soul than the way he behaves when he is told he cannot have something he didn't particularly want until 5 minutes ago. Petroleum, a substance our grandfathers used primarily to grease wagon wheels or kill particularly stubborn weeds, had suddenly become more precious than the blood of the martyrs. The average citizen, who 3 years prior would have used a gallon of gas just to drive across the street to fetch a toothpick, now guarded his fuel gauge with the fanaticism of a monk protecting a splinter of the true cross. The geography of the 1979 gas line was a study in human frailty. You would see them at dawn. Vast fleets of land yachts, those magnificent wood-paneled leviathans that could comfortably seat 6 adults, a medium-sized dog, and enough groceries to sustain a siege, provided you didn't mind getting 3 miles to the gallon. There is something profoundly Shakespearean about a man sitting in a Cadillac Eldorado that is 20 feet long and weighs as much as a small cathedral, waiting 4 hours to purchase $2 worth of fuel. It is the sort of irony that makes the angels weep and the oil ministers in Riyadh take up the harp in sheer delight. The rules of the gas line were as complex and inscrutable as the tax code, and twice as likely to result in a fist fight. There were the odd-even days, a system devised by the government to ensure that half the population was miserable on Tuesdays, while the other half was miserable on Wednesdays. It was a brilliant bureaucratic stroke. It didn't actually create more gasoline, but it did succeed in organizing the national frustration into manageable, alphabetized batches. I once saw a man in a Ford LTD, a car so wide it had its own zip code, attempt to argue that his license plate, which ended in a 7, was actually an upside-down L, and therefore he should be allowed to fill up on an even day. He argued with the eloquence of Daniel Webster and the desperation of a drowning man, but the gas station attendant, a youth of 19 whose only interest in the crisis was whether he could finish his cigarette before the next explosion, remained unmoved. The behavior within these lines was a magnificent spectacle of the mid-decade in its final frantic bloom. In the early morning hours, the line was a quiet, almost religious affair. Men read the newspapers and tried to ignore the fact that their retirement funds were being eaten by inflation. Women sat in their Chevy Novas, staring into the middle distance and wondering if they could trade their polyester pantsuits for a bicycle. But as the sun rose and the sold-out signs began to appear like tombstones at the front of the queue, the thin veneer of civilization would begin to peel away like a cheap decal on a Trans Am. I recall witnessing a particularly spirited debate between a man in a Buick LeSabre and a woman in a Dodge Aspen. The Buick man, possessing a tank the size of a bathtub, had decided to top off his fuel, a practice where one insists on squeezing 3 more drops into the tank until it overflows onto his shoes, just to ensure he has a full 100% of a gallon. The woman behind him, whose fuel light was glowing with the intensity of a dying star, took exception to this. "Sir," she cried out, her voice cracking with the strain of 1,000 disco songs, "you have been standing there for 10 minutes trying to feed that car a thimbleful of gas. Move on, or I shall be forced to assist you with my bumper." The man turned, adjusted his aviator glasses, and replied with that particular brand of 1979 arrogance, "Madam, a man's car is his castle, and if I choose to fortify my castle with every available ounce of combustible fluid, that is my God-given right as a taxpayer." It was a beautiful sentiment, ruined only by the fact that he then accidentally dropped his gas cap into the sewer grate, thereby rendering his fortified castle a very expensive paperweight. While the populace was busy turning the gas stations into arenas of gladiatorial combat, our leaders in Washington were hard at work doing what they do best, explaining why nothing was their fault. President Jimmy Carter, a man of undeniable sincerity and a smile that seemed to have more teeth than a shark convention, decided the best way to handle a national crisis was to go on television in a cardigan sweater and tell everyone they were depressed. It was the famous malaise speech, though he never actually used the word malaise. He didn't have to. He told the nation that we were suffering from a crisis of confidence, which is a bit like telling a man whose house is on fire that his real problem is his pessimistic attitude towards smoke. He urged us to turn down the thermostats and wear sweaters as if the path to national greatness lay in shivering collectively while listening to the Bee Gees. There is a certain delight in remembering that this was the same year we were promised the computer revolution would simplify our lives. We were told that soon every home would have a device that could store recipes and calculate the family budget, which was a remarkable claim considering the average family budget consisted of, "I hope we have enough for the electric bill," and the only recipe anyone cared about was how to make a casserole out of $5 and a can of mushroom soup. And let us not forget the Skylab incident of that same year. While we were worrying about the price of gas on the ground, the government was kindly informing us that a 75-ton space station was currently falling out of the sky, and they weren't entirely sure where it was going to land. It was the perfect metaphor for 1979. We were stuck in a line, paying too much for everything. Our clothes were made of plastic that melted if we stood too close to a light bulb, and the heavens were literally falling on our heads. In Australia, a man actually fined NASA for littering when a piece of the station landed on his property. That is the kind of grit the world needs more of, the ability to look at a flaming piece of high-tech debris falling from the cosmos and think, "I wonder if I can get $50 out of this." As the sun set on that long, hot summer of '79, the gas lines eventually dissipated, not because the oil returned, but because we simply ran out of things to yell at each other. We retreated to our homes, turned on our VCRs, if we were wealthy enough to own a machine the size of a microwave that cost a month's wages, and watched movies about a future where things would be better. But the stationary journey had left its mark. We had learned that the American dream was not a destination, but a very slow-moving queue. We had learned that a polyester suit, while flammable, is remarkably resistant to wrinkles. And we had learned that if you sit in a car long enough without moving, you eventually start to look like the upholstery. We were a nation in transition, caught between the wreckage of the '70s and the neon-lit greed of the '80s, standing on a grease-stained pavement, holding an empty plastic can, and waiting for a sign, any sign, that the pump hadn't run dry for good. It was, in short, a hilarious catastrophe, and I wouldn't have traded a minute of it for all the horse-drawn carriages in the world. Although, in hindsight, the horse probably got better mileage and was a much better conversationalist than the man in the Buick. Chapter 2. The Death of the Mirror Ball. There is a particular brand of madness that only visits a human being when he is part of a crowd, safely anonymous, and convinced that a specific genre of music is the direct cause of all his personal misfortunes. By the middle of 1979, the American public had decided, with the collective suddenness of a startled herd of buffalo, that it could no longer tolerate the disco. Now, I have seen many things in my travels. I have seen political conventions that would make a sane man weep, and I have seen religious revivals where the participants appeared to be trying to shake their own souls out through their ears. But I've never seen anything quite so magnificent in its idiocy as the night the city of Chicago decided to declare war on a phonograph record. To understand the carnage, one must first understand the provocation. For several years, the nation had been gripped by a rhythmic contagion. It was a music designed by a committee of accountants and performed by people who looked as though they had been dipped in liquid silver and then told to vibrate. It was a world of hustles and bumps, where a man's social standing was determined entirely by his ability to slide across a lighted floor without breaking his neck or losing his toupee. The disco was a glossy, unblinking thing. It was a music that did not care if your heart was broken or if your mortgage was due. It only cared that you kept moving your feet to a bassline that possessed all the soul and nuance of a pile driver. It was inevitable, I suppose, that the rock and roll faction, a group of citizens characterized by denim jackets, unwashed hair, and a devotion to electric guitars that sounded like a cat being dragged through a jet engine, would eventually rise up in rebellion. The epicenter of this revolution was Comiskey Park, the home of the Chicago White Sox, a baseball team that, at the time, was playing with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for a funeral procession. The master of ceremonies was a young radio chaplain named Steve Dahl, a man who had been fired from a disco station and had subsequently taken up the anti-disco crusade with the fervor of a medieval inquisitor looking for a particularly shiny witch. The plan was simple, in the way that all truly disastrous plans are simple. Invite the public to the stadium for a doubleheader, tell them to bring their disco records, and then blow those records into the great beyond with a generous application of high explosives. I arrived at the park expecting a sporting event. What I found was a congregation of 30,000 lunatics who appeared to have mistaken a baseball field for the Bastille. The air was thick with the scent of cheap beer and a mounting, vengeful joy. Every person in the stands held a black vinyl disc, as if it were a captured enemy banner. There were records by the Bee Gees, records by Donna Summer, and records by people whose names have mercifully been bleached from the ledger of history. It is a grand thing to see the American populace united in a common cause, even if that cause is the destruction of a 3-minute song about dancing in a pair of tight trousers. The first game of the doubleheader was played in a state of nervous agitation. The players moved about the field like men walking through a minefield, which, as it turns out, they were. From the upper decks, records began to sail through the air like lethal ebony frisbees. A disco record, when thrown with sufficient vigor, has a remarkable aerodynamic quality. It can slice through the air with a whistling sound, and, if aimed correctly, can remove the cap or the ear of an unsuspecting outfielder. "Look at that," remarked a gentleman sitting next to me, a man whose beard was so vast it appeared to be hosting its own ecosystem. "There goes Le Freak. I hope it hits the umpire. He's been calling strikes like a man with a blindfold and a grudge." The umpire was indeed in peril, but he was nothing compared to the records. By the time the first game ended, the field was littered with vinyl shrapnel. Then came the main event. A giant crate was wheeled out to center field, a wooden sarcophagus filled to the brim with the rhythmic sins of the decade. Steve Dahl appeared, dressed in military fatigues and a helmet, looking like a man who was about to liberate a small country or, at the very least, a very large record store. The crowd went into a delirium that would have baffled a Roman gladiator. They chanted, "Disco sucks," with a rhythmic intensity that was ironically quite easy to dance to. Then came the explosion. It was not a small, polite pop. It was a roar that shook the very foundations of the South Side. A pillar of black smoke erupted into the night sky, carrying with it the shredded remains of 1,000 dance hits. For a moment, it seemed as though the disco had been purged from the earth by fire and brimstone. It was a beautiful, terrible sight, a bonfire of the vanities, fueled by petroleum products and spite. But then the peculiar chemistry of a crowd took over. Having seen the explosion, the spectators decided that watching from the stands was no longer sufficient. They wanted to touch the ruins. They wanted to dance on the grave of the synthesizer. Within seconds, thousands of fans poured over the railings like a lemming migration with a vendetta. They swarmed the field. They slid into bases that were no longer there. They uprooted the grass. They climbed the foul poles. One young man, possessed by a spirit I can only assume was distilled in a bathtub, attempted to eat a piece of the outfield turf, presumably to see if it tasted like victory. It did not. It tasted like fertilizer and defeat. The White Sox manager, a man who looked like he had aged 20 years in the span of 20 minutes, stood in the dugout and watched his livelihood disappear under a sea of denim and hysteria. The second game of the doubleheader was, quite naturally, canceled. The rock and roll fans had won the battle, but in doing so, they had managed to lose the baseball game by forfeit, proving once again that when it comes to a choice between logic and a good riot, the American public will choose the riot every single time. As I made my way out of the stadium, stepping over the scorched remains of a Village People album, I couldn't help but reflect on the nature of progress. We are a species that spends decades perfecting the technology to record the human voice onto a spinning disc, only to spend a Thursday night in Chicago blowing those discs to smithereens because we didn't like the clothes the singers wore. The death of disco was proclaimed that night, but it was a premature obituary. You cannot kill a rhythm with gunpowder any more than you can stop the tide with a broom. The disco merely went underground, changed its name, and reemerged a few years later wearing a different suit. But for one glorious smoky evening in 1979, the mirror ball stopped spinning. The air was quiet, save for the distant sirens of the Chicago Police Department and the faint, ghostly echo of a bassline that refused to die. We had looked into the abyss of the polyester age, and the abyss had looked back at us and asked if we knew how to do the electric slide. It was a night of high comedy and low behavior, a testament to the fact that man is the only animal that will pay $10 to watch a crate of plastic explode in the name of musical purity. I walked back to my hotel in the cooling night air, feeling a strange sense of pride in my countrymen. We may not be able to solve an energy crisis, and we may not be able to keep our space stations from falling on Australia. But by thunder, we know how to throw a party that requires a riot squad to extinguish. And as for the music, well, as I always say, there is no such thing as bad music. There is only music that makes you want to hit someone with a folding chair, and in 1979, we had plenty of both. Chapter 3, Rapper's Delight, The Birth of Talking Music. It has been my long-standing observation that man is a creature who will invent a steam engine to avoid walking a mile, a telephone to avoid writing a letter, and a mechanical reaper to avoid the honest sweat of a scythe. It was therefore only a matter of providence that by the year of our Lord 1979, he would finally invent a way to become a musical sensation without the arduous, soul-crushing necessity of actually singing. For centuries, the vocal arts were a labor-intensive industry. If a man wished to entertain a crowd with his voice, he was expected to possess a melody, a range, and perhaps a certain familiarity with the do-re-mi that did not suggest he was currently being strangled by his own necktie. He had to hold a note until his face turned the color of a ripe plum, and he had to do it while competing with an orchestra that was generally trying to drown him out. But as the 70s reached their exhausted conclusion, a group of young men from New Jersey, a place that has produced more miracles and more industrial runoff than any other patch of earth in the Union, discovered a magnificent shortcut. They realized that if you have a sufficiently persistent beat and a boundless supply of self-confidence, you don't need to sing at all. You can simply talk. They called it rap, and the first shot fired in this rhythmic revolution was a 14-minute leviathan titled Rapper's Delight. The Great Musical Emancipation. I have seen many revolutions in my time, but most of them involve a great deal of gunpowder and a distressing lack of refreshments. The hip-hop revolution of 1979 was different. It was a revolution of the phonograph. It was founded on the discovery that the me-decade no longer had the patience for a 3-act opera or a complicated bridge. We wanted our gratification instant, our rhythm relentless, and our lyrics to be entirely about how wonderful we were. The Sugar Hill Gang, a trio of gentlemen who appeared to have been assembled with the speed and precision of a late-night sandwich, took a piece of existing music, a bass line from a group called Chic that was already so infectious it was legally classified as a public health hazard, and simply decided to use it as a carpet upon which to walk. This was the first stroke of genius. In the old days, if you wanted a song, you had to hire a composer, a lyricist, and 40 men with violins. In 1979, you simply borrowed your neighbor's rhythm. It was a magnificent piece of industrial efficiency. It was as if a man decided to build a house by simply moving into his neighbor's parlor and putting his own pictures on the wall. The art of rhythmic loquacity. When the music started, the singing did not begin. Instead, a gentleman began to speak with the rhythmic intensity of a tobacco auctioneer who had recently discovered a passion for poetry. I said a hip, hop, the hippie, to the hip hop, you don't stop. I listened to these words with the fascination of a philologist observing a new dialect. It wasn't singing in the traditional sense, which is to say, it didn't involve the stretching of vowels or the trembling of the chin. It was talking with authority. It was the sound of a man who was absolutely certain that what he had to say was of vital importance, even if what he had to say primarily concerned the quality of his food and the location of his hotel. It was the ultimate expression of the mid-decade. In a traditional song, a man might sing about the moon or his lost love or the plight of the working man. In Rapper's Delight, the gentlemen sang, or rather spoke, about their own magnificence. They spoke of their clothes, their cars, and their ability to rock the house until the break of dawn. It was a 14-minute advertisement for the self. I recall sitting in a barber shop in Memphis when the record first came over the wireless. The barber, a man who had spent 40 years listening to the blues, a genre where a man is required to have at least 3 legitimate reasons for wanting to jump into a river, stopped his shears in midair. "Sam," he said, staring at the radio as if it had just sprouted a second head, "the man ain't singing. He's just bragging. He's bragging to a beat, and the beat won't quit. It's been 5 minutes, and he's still telling me about his breakfast." "It's the future, Horace," I replied. "We have finally reached the point where the self is so fascinating that we no longer need the song. We just need a microphone and a mirror." The 14-minute marathon. We must discuss the length of the record. In 1979, the average popular song lasted 3 minutes, just long enough for a man to contemplate his sins and for the radio station to sell him a brand of dish soap. Rapper's Delight, however, lasted for over 14 minutes. To play the full version of the song was not an artistic choice. It was a test of physical endurance. It was longer than a round of boxing and considerably more repetitive. I have seen men start a dance to Rapper's Delight in the prime of their youth and finish it as middle-aged men with a desperate need for a chair and a glass of water. The song possessed a vortex quality. Once the bass line took hold of you, it refused to let go. You became a prisoner of the rhythm. You would find yourself nodding your head with the mechanical regularity of a toy bird dipping its beak into a glass of water, unable to stop until the final distant clack of the record needle signaled your release. The theology of the Holiday Inn. The lyrics themselves were a study in the mundane turned into the monumental. One of the rappers, a gentleman who called himself Big Bank Hank, spent a considerable amount of time describing a dinner at a friend's house where the food was of such poor quality that it nearly resulted in a diplomatic incident. The macaroni's soggy, the peas are mushed, and the chicken tastes like wood. Think of the magnificent, towering snark of it. For thousands of years, poets have used their stanzas to describe the fall of empires and the beauty of the stars. In 1979, we used the new poetry to complain about the texture of a legume. And then there was the holy trinity of the traveling man: hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. This became the mantra of a generation. It was a philosophy of the temporary, a world where we were all just passing through, staying in rooms with harvest gold carpets and avocado green curtains, waiting for the beat to change. The death of the melody? The critics of the day, those somber gentlemen who wore spectacles and wrote for magazines that nobody read, predicted that rap was a passing fad, a novelty that would vanish as soon as the public remembered how to play a piano. "It's not music," they huffed. "It's just noise with a vocabulary." They failed to realize that in 1979, the public was tired of music. We were tired of the complicated, the orchestrated, and the sentimental. We wanted something that matched the frantic, me-first energy of the era. We wanted a sound that felt like the street, even if the street was in a suburb of New Jersey. Rapper's Delight was the death knell for the crooner. It was the moment the talker took the throne. We realized that if you have a clever tongue and a steady pulse, you can command the attention of a nation. It was the democratization of the microphone. Any man with a rhyme and a sense of timing could now be a king, or at least a grand master. The legacy of the rhyme. As I look back on that year, I see Rapper's Delight as the ultimate stationary journey. The music stayed in one place, a single, unchanging loop of bass and drum, while the words traveled everywhere, covering everything from Superman's secret identity to the perils of bad cooking. It was a magnificent, hilarious, and thoroughly snarky introduction to a new world. We had traded the leisure suit of fashion for the rhythm suit of the street. We were no longer singing our troubles away. We were talking over them, drowning out the malaise with a barrage of syllables and a bass line that could be heard in the next county. I walked home that night, the rhythm still thumping in my skull like a persistent headache with a good personality. I found myself trying to rhyme my own thoughts. I'm Sam the Twain. I'm on the train. I'm feeling the pain of the pouring rain. I stopped myself, horrified. The contagion had taken hold. I was 70 years into my retirement, and I was already rapping about the weather. God help us, I whispered to the night air. The melody is gone, and the talkers have taken the field. I just hope they eventually find something to talk about, other than the macaroni. But as the 1980s approached, it became clear that they were just getting started. The world was about to become a very loud, very rhythmic, and very talky place. And in the center of it all, a 14-minute record from 1979 was spinning around and around, proving that in America, if you talk long enough and loud enough, eventually the whole world will start to dance. Of 1979, the good people of Pennsylvania were treated to a master class in this variety of official comfort. It was the year the invisible atom, which we had been told was a friendly, hard-working little fellow capable of lighting our toasters for a nickel, decided to stop being a servant and start being a nuisance. I refer, of course, to the incident at 3 Mile Island, a location that sounds more like a pleasant spot for a Sunday picnic than the site of a geological indigestion that nearly rearranged the map of the eastern seaboard. The friendly monster in the basement. For decades, the high priests of science had promised us that nuclear power was the ultimate triumph of mind over matter. They spoke of the reactor core with the same reverence a deacon might use for the Ark of the Covenant. It was clean, it was efficient, and it was too cheap to meter. Though I have noticed that whenever a corporation tells you something is too cheap to meter, it generally means they've found a way to charge you for the meter itself. The American public, having been raised on a steady diet of science fiction and government pamphlets, largely accepted this. We were told the atom was our friend. We pictured it as a small, glowing ball with a smiling face, perhaps wearing a bow tie, busily spinning around to keep our hair dryers humming. We did not think of it as a subterranean furnace with the temperament of a cornered rattlesnake and the heat of 1,000 suns. But on a Wednesday in late March, the rattlesnake woke up. The great steam valve comedy. The trouble began with a cooling pump, a device whose sole purpose in life is to keep the friendly atom from becoming spicy. When the pump failed, a valve that was supposed to close stayed open, and a valve that was supposed to stay open decided to close, and the whole affair became a comedy of mechanical errors that would have been hilarious had it not involved enough radiation to turn a house cat into a three-headed dragon. Now, if a manned steam engine on a Mississippi riverboat begins to hiss and groan in an alarming fashion, the engineer does not consult a manual of 3,000 pages to find a euphemism. He shouts, "She's gonna blow!" and every soul on board makes a sudden and enthusiastic leap for the river. But in the nuclear age, we have evolved beyond such crude honesty. When the reactor at 3 Mile Island began to melt, the official spokesman did not use words like fire, danger, or run for your lives. Instead, they utilized the magnificent vocabulary of the bureaucratic fog. They spoke of transients, anomalous conditions, and unplanned rapid excursions. To the average citizen of Harrisburg, this sounded less like a nuclear catastrophe and more like a particularly dull meeting of the Board of Education. Everything is within normal parameters, the expert said, while behind them the cooling water was boiling away and the fuel rods were beginning to slump like a discarded polyester suit in a hot dryer. It is a testament to the American character that we remained calm for so long, primarily because we couldn't find a dictionary fast enough to figure out if we were being poisoned. The prophecy of the silver screen. In one of those coincidences that makes one suspect the universe is being written by a particularly cynical playwright, a motion picture titled The China Syndrome had been released in theaters just 12 days prior. The movie featured Jane Fonda and Michael Douglas discovering that a nuclear plant was about to melt through the floor and keep going until it hit Shanghai. Ordinarily, the public views Hollywood as a source of harmless delusion, but when the evening news began to describe the exact same events happening in Pennsylvania, the mood shifted. Suddenly, every man in America felt he was an expert on meltdowns. We went from being a nation that didn't know a proton from a crouton to a nation that was deeply concerned about containment domes and hydrogen bubbles. The scientists at the plant were particularly annoyed by this. There is nothing a man of high learning hates more than having his catastrophe spoiled by a movie actress. They spent a great deal of time explaining that the China syndrome was a physical impossibility, while simultaneously praying that the floor of their own plant would stay where it was supposed to. The hydrogen bubble, a metaphysical guest. The climax of the drama arrived in the form of a hydrogen bubble that had formed inside the reactor. This bubble was a fascinating creature. One group of experts said it might explode at any moment, turning Pennsylvania into a very large, very flat parking lot. Another group of experts said it couldn't possibly explode because there was no oxygen. A third group of experts suggested that the bubble was actually a figment of the first two groups' imaginations. I have always found that when three experts disagree, the only sensible thing for a layman to do is to find a very fast horse and head for the next county. The governor of Pennsylvania, a man who seemed to be trying to decide between being a hero and being an evacuation coordinator, eventually suggested that pregnant women and small children should leave the area out of an abundance of caution. This is a phrase that in political speak translates to, we have no idea what is happening, but if the kids start to glow in the dark, don't say we didn't warn you. The resulting exodus was a sight to behold. It was not a panicked flight, but rather a polite, orderly retreat in wood-paneled station wagons. People packed their suitcases, grabbed their disco records, and drove away from the cooling towers, occasionally stopping at a gas station to wait in a 4-hour line, thus proving that in 1979, the fear of running out of fuel was still slightly greater than the fear of being vaporized by an invisible isotope. The man on the street. I recall reading an interview with a local farmer who lived within sight of the towers. He was asked if he was afraid of the radiation. "Well," he said, leaning on his fence with the weary patience of a man who has seen too many government inspectors, "you can't see it, you can't smell it, and you can't taste it. If the government didn't tell me it was there, I'd just think it was a particularly humid Thursday. But since they did tell me it was there, I've noticed my cows are looking at me with a suspicious amount of intelligence. If one of them starts talking, I'm moving to Ohio." This was the core of the problem. Radiation is a phantom. It is a ghost that can kill you without the courtesy of showing its face. It made the air of Pennsylvania feel spicy to the imagination. Every cough was a symptom. Every sunset was a portent. A man would wake up with a headache and wonder if he was suffering from a late night or a transient excursion of the thyroid. The royal visit. To settle the nerves of the shivering populace, President Jimmy Carter himself decided to visit the plant. Now, say what you will about the man, but he was a former nuclear engineer in the Navy. He was the only man in the country who could look at a Geiger counter and actually know what the clicking meant. He walked into the control room wearing protective yellow booties over his shoes and looked at the dials. He smiled his famous toothy smile and assured everyone that the situation was stable. It was a brave gesture, though I couldn't help but notice that he didn't stay for dinner. When a man who knows how a reactor works tells you it's safe but keeps his booties on, you should probably keep your car idling in the driveway. The legacy of the invisible leak. Eventually, the bubble dissipated, the heat subsided, and the spicy breeze blew out to sea. The great disaster turned out to be a great nuisance. No one was killed, no one grew a second head, and the state of Pennsylvania remained largely where it had always been. But the damage was done. The friendly atom was dead. The public had seen behind the curtain, and they didn't like the look of the machinery. We realized that for all our talk of harnessing the power of the stars, we were still just children playing with matches in a house made of cardboard. We learned that expertise is often just a fancy word for guessing with a degree. We learned that a valve costing $40 can hold the fate of 3 million people in its rusty little hands. And we learned that if you ever see a scientist running, you don't ask questions. You just try to beat him to the fence. The towers of 3 Mile Island still stand today, huge concrete ghosts looming over the Susquehanna River. They serve as a monument to the year we almost accidentally turned the Keystone State into a nightlight. It was a year of high anxiety and low-level radiation, a time when we discovered that the future was not going to be the clean, orderly utopia we were promised, but rather a series of narrow escapes managed by people in yellow booties. And as I sat on my porch that summer, watching the fireflies, I couldn't help but wonder if they were glowing because of nature or if they had just spent too much time downwind of the unplanned excursion. In 1979, you could never be quite sure, but at least they didn't require a gas line to keep their lights on, which made them the most successful energy company in the country. Chapter 5. The Walkman. Silence for Sale. Man is a social animal by necessity, but a solitary beast by preference. Since the dawn of time, the human race has been engaged in a desperate uphill struggle to find 5 minutes of peace without having to listen to the opinions of a neighbor or the braying of a nearby donkey. Historically, if a man wanted to be alone with his thoughts, he had to trek into the wilderness, find a particularly inhospitable cave, and hope the local bears were also in a contemplative mood. But by the summer of 1979, the Japanese, a people who had clearly spent enough time on crowded commuter trains to decide that hell is other people's conversations, perfected a device that allowed a man to be a hermit in the middle of a riot. They called it the Walkman, the blue box of isolation. It was a small rectangular brick of blue and silver plastic, roughly the size of a thick sandwich, and it promised the one thing that no politician or preacher had ever been able to deliver: the ability to be physically present in a room while being mentally in another zip code. For the low price of $200, a sum which in 1979 could also buy you a respectable used car or 3 weeks' worth of gas line bribes, you could purchase a Sony TPSL-2. It came with a pair of headphones that looked like 2 miniature orange sponges attached to a bent coat hanger. When you placed these sponges against your ears and pressed a button, the world simply ceased to exist. It was a revolutionary moment in the history of human rudeness. Prior to the Walkman, if you wished to ignore someone, you had to perform the labor of looking busy, or pretend to be suddenly struck by a fit of deafness, or hide behind a newspaper. With the arrival of the Walkman, you could simply strap a pair of wires to your skull and stare directly through a person, as if they were made of glass, and you were looking for a lost nickel on the floor behind them. The private concert for the public fool. I recall the first time I saw a specimen of the Homo Walkmanus on a street corner in New York. He was a young man dressed in a tracksuit made of a material that shrieked when his thighs rubbed together. Polyester again, the great persistent plague of the era, and he was wearing the orange sponges. He was standing perfectly still, his eyes rolled back slightly in his head, and his mouth was hanging open like a door that had lost its latch. Suddenly, he began to twitch. His foot began to tap a rhythm that only he could hear, a syncopated thumping that bore no relation to the sounds of the city around him. Then, without warning, he let out a sharp, high-pitched whoop and began to shuffle his feet in a manner that suggested he was trying to extinguish a small fire on the pavement. To the uninitiated observer, this man appeared to be in the throes of a religious ecstasy or a very mild seizure. In reality, he was merely listening to a tape of a Swedish pop group singing about a dancing queen. This was the great comedy of the Walkman. It turned the most dignified citizen into a public lunatic. Because the music was internal, the external behavior was entirely devoid of context. I have seen a man of 60, a man who likely owned several banks and a collection of rare stamps, walking through a park and air drumming with the ferocity of a man possessed by the spirit of 1,000 percussionists. To see a man perform a drum solo on an imaginary kit while waiting for a bus is to understand that 1979 was the year we finally gave up on the concept of dignity. The mystery of the magnetic ribbon. The music itself was stored on a cassette tape, a marvel of engineering consisting of 2 tiny reels of brown plastic ribbon housed in a shell that seemed designed specifically to invite disaster. The cassette was a temperamental beast. If the Walkman's internal gears became weary, or if the humidity rose above a certain level, the machine would decide to eat the tape. This was a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions. The machine would slowly draw out the magnetic ribbon, tangling it around the rollers in a chaotic web of brown spaghetti, until the music began to groan and slow down like a dying whale. At this point, the owner would be forced to perform tape surgery. This involved extracting the mangled ribbon with a pair of tweezers and then using a No. 2 pencil to manually wind the tape back into the cassette. I have seen grown men spend 45 minutes hunched over a cafe table, tongue poked out in concentration, turning a pencil with the precision of a watchmaker, all so they could hear 3 minutes of a song they didn't even like that much in the first place. The death of the soundscape. Before the Walkman, the world had a common soundtrack. If you were in a park, you heard the wind in the trees, the cry of the birds, and the occasional distant scream of a child who had fallen off a swing. If you were on a train, you heard the rhythmic clacking of the wheels and the low hum of human gossip. But the Walkman replaced the music of the spheres with the Me Mix. It was the final triumphant flourish of the Me Decade. We had already decided that our feelings were more important than the facts, and that our wardrobes should be as bright as a tropical fever. It was only logical that we should also decide that the sounds of the world were an intrusion upon our personal sovereignty. I once sat next to a woman on a cross-country bus who wore her Walkman for 12 straight hours. The sound did not stay entirely within the orange sponges. Instead, it leaked out in a tiny, tinny hiss that sounded like a nest of angry mechanical hornets. It was just loud enough to be heard, but not loud enough to be identified. "Madam," I finally said, Could you perhaps share the identity of the artist you are currently patronizing? It sounds like a chorus of mice being put through a wood chipper. She didn't hear me. She couldn't hear me. She was in her own private world, a world where I was merely a blurry shape in the periphery of her vision. I could have informed her that the bus was on fire or that the president had been replaced by a large turnip, and she would have simply continued to nod her head to the invisible beat. This was the true silence for sale. It wasn't that the world became quiet. It's that we became deaf to it by choice. The stowaway and the soundabout. The marketing of the device was as confused as the decade itself. In England, they called it the stowaway. In Australia, it was the freestyle. In America, it was briefly the soundabout. They couldn't decide what to call it because they couldn't quite believe that people would actually want to walk around with their ears plugged. But the public took to it like ducks to a puddle. By the end of 1979, the Walkman had become the essential accessory for the modern urbanite. It was a status symbol that said, "I am too important to listen to you." It changed the way we navigated the world. We stopped looking at each other. We stopped nodding at passers-by. We became a nation of ghosts gliding through the streets with glazed eyes and wires hanging from our heads. We were connected to our music, but entirely disconnected from our environment. I find it ironic that we spent millions of dollars developing a technology to bring us closer to the arts, only to use it as a shield to keep our fellow man at a distance of 3 feet. The prophecy of the earplug. As I look back on that year, I realize that the Walkman was merely the beginning. It was the first step toward a future where every human being would live in a private bubble of their own making. We were trading the messy, unpredictable symphony of life for a curated, plastic-wrapped version of reality that fit in a shirt pocket. We were opting for a world where we never had to hear a truth we didn't like or a sound we didn't choose. It is a grand and glorious thing, I suppose, to be the master of your own ears. But I cannot help but wonder what we have lost in the bargain. There is something to be said for the occasional bit of unsolicited silence, or the chance encounter with a stranger's voice. In 1979, we thought we were buying a miracle. We thought we were buying the ability to take our favorite songs with us wherever we went. We didn't realize we were also buying a ticket to a very long, very lonely journey into ourselves. Still, as I watched that young man in the tracksuit dance his way down the sidewalk, narrowly avoiding a collision with a lamppost and 3 elderly nuns, I had to admire his commitment. He was happy. He was isolated, and he was completely unaware that he looked like a lunatic. And in the year 1979, that was about as close to the American dream as a man could get for under $200. I just wish he'd had a pencil handy. His tape was starting to sag, and I could hear the dancing queen beginning to sound like a dragging duke, which is a much less inspiring way to walk to the grocery store. Chapter 6. The Iron Lady. Across the Pond. It has long been my observation that when a nation finds itself in a state of terminal decline, when the currency has the value of a used theater ticket and the local populace has decided that work is a hobby they no longer care to pursue, it invariably looks for a savior. Usually, this savior is a man with a loud voice and a chest full of medals. But in the spring of 1979, the British Empire, or what was left of it after the moths had finished their work, decided to try something radical. They handed the keys to the kingdom to a woman who looked like she was about to give the entire world a very stern talking to about its posture. I refer, of course, to Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady, a title bestowed upon her by the Soviet Union, which is a bit like being called unyielding by a glacier. The sick man of Europe. To understand why the British electorate would choose a woman who appeared to be made of Sheffield steel and starched linen, one must understand the state of England in early 1979. It was a place where the winter of discontent had turned the sceptred isle into a vast, shivering warehouse of uncollected rubbish. The unions had gone on strike with such enthusiasm that they had essentially managed to strike against existence itself. The grave diggers were on strike. The trash collectors were on strike. And I suspect the pigeons would have gone on strike too, had they been able to organize a committee. It was the only country in the world where you could walk down a street in London and find yourself waist-deep in garbage, while a gentleman in a bowler hat politely informed you that it was all part of the democratic process. The British economy was a magnificent wreck. It was a bicycle with square wheels being ridden into a headwind by a man who was arguing with himself about the price of tea. It was into this wreckage that Mrs. Thatcher stepped, carrying a handbag that was rumored to contain the shattered remains of her enemies and a very efficient recipe for shepherd's pie. The school marm of the Western world. I have seen many politicians in my time. Most of them are like weather vanes. They spin with the wind and tell you whatever will keep them from being turned into scrap metal. But Margaret Thatcher was different. She was a woman who possessed a moral clarity that was so bright it was positively blinding. She didn't care if you liked her. She cared if you were doing your chores. Watching her on the television was like being sent back to the 3rd grade and realizing you hadn't done your arithmetic. She spoke in a voice that was perfectly modulated, perfectly calm, and perfectly terrifying. It was the voice of a woman who knew exactly where the bodies were buried because she had personally supervised the digging of the trenches. "The lady's not for turning," she would say, and you believed her. If a runaway freight train had encountered Margaret Thatcher on a narrow bridge, the train would have been the one to check its brakes and reconsider its life choices. The handbag as an instrument of war. We must discuss the handbag. In the annals of 1979, there were many weapons of note: the nuclear missile, the cruise tank, the Iranian student's megaphone. But none were as effective as the Thatcherite handbag. It was a black, structured affair that she carried with the same gravity a knight might carry a shield. When she entered a meeting with the leaders of Europe, those soft, pampered gentlemen who were used to the gentle arts of compromise and surrender, she would set that handbag on the table with a clack that sounded like the closing of a coffin lid. To be handbagged became a recognized term in the English language. It meant to be beaten into submission by a series of logical arguments delivered by a woman who refused to acknowledge that your opinion had any merit whatsoever. I once saw a photograph of her standing next to several French and German ministers. They looked like a group of schoolboys who had been caught smoking behind the gymnasium and were now waiting for the strap. The philosophy of the corner shop. Mrs. Thatcher was the daughter of a grocer, a fact she never let anyone forget. She viewed the entire British Empire as a very large, very poorly managed corner shop. If you haven't got the money in the till, she seemed to say, you can't buy the fancy biscuits. It was a simple philosophy that horrified the intellectuals and the socialists, who believed that money was something that simply appeared out of thin air whenever a committee met to discuss the plight of the working man. Thatcher disagreed. She believed that if you wanted a biscuit, you had to go out and earn the flour, bake the dough, and then sell the result for a profit. And if you couldn't do that, you didn't deserve a biscuit. You deserved a lecture on the virtues of thrift. This did not make her popular in the traditional sense. People didn't love her. They either feared her or they wanted to be her. She was the personification of the stiff upper lip, taken to such an extreme that the lip appeared to have been surgically reinforced with titanium. The American perspective. From our side of the Atlantic, we watched this British drama with a mixture of amusement and awe. We were currently led by Jimmy Carter, a man whose primary political strategy was to look sad and ask us all to be nicer to each other. To see a woman across the pond who was willing to tell the entire labor movement to go jump in the Thames was a bracing tonic. I recall a conversation in a barber shop in St. Louis that summer. The barber, a man who had spent 40 years cutting hair and 39 years complaining about the government, gestured toward the newspaper with his shears. "That Thatcher woman," he said, "she's got more grit than a bucket of gravel. I wish we could trade our fellow in the cardigan for her for a week. She'd have the gas lines moving in 20 minutes, if only because everyone would be too scared to stand still." "True," I replied, "but we'd all have to wear ties to dinner and stop using slang. There is a price for that kind of order." "Small price," he grunted, "if it means I don't have to listen to any more speeches about Malays. I'd rather be scolded by a pro than coddled by an amateur." The death of the consensus. What Thatcher did in 1979 was more than just win an election. She broke the consensus. For 30 years, both parties in England had agreed that the government should run everything from the coal mines to the hospitals, and that the unions should have the final say on whether the lights stayed on. Thatcher looked at this arrangement and decided it was a suicide pact. She began the process of selling off the national treasures, telling the people that they should own their own homes and their own shares in the telephone company. She was turning a nation of subjects into a nation of customers. It was a cold, hard vision of the world. It was a world where the weak were left to their own devices and the strong were encouraged to get even stronger. It was the absolute antithesis of the peace and love era that had preceded it. By 1979, the summer of love was a distant, hazy memory, and the spring of Thatcher was a sharp, frost-covered reality. The irony of the Iron Lady. There is a delicious irony in the fact that the first female Prime Minister of Great Britain was not a feminist in any way the term was understood at the time. She didn't want to change the rules for women. She simply wanted to win by the men's rules and then change the rules so that everyone, regardless of gender, had to work twice as hard for half the praise. She didn't appoint other women to her cabinet. She preferred the company of men primarily because she found them easier to dominate. She treated her ministers like a pack of unruly hounds. She fed them, she trained them, and if they barked out of turn, she showed them the door. A new decade looms. As 1979 drew to a close, it was clear that the world was changing its shape. The me decade was ending not with a whimper, but with the sharp, rhythmic clack, clack, clack of a pair of sensible heels on the pavement of Downing Street. We were moving into a decade where greed would be called enterprise, and compassion would be called insolvency. Whether this was an improvement is a question for the historians and the poets, but for the man on the street in 1979, it was at least a change of pace. England was no longer just a museum with a leaking roof. It was a business under new management, and the new manager didn't care if you were tired or if you were cold or if you missed the old way of doing things. She only cared if the books balanced and if the floor was swept. I sat in my study, watching the snow fall on the last days of the 70s, and I thought of that Iron Lady. I imagined her standing on the white cliffs of Dover, looking out across the sea, and I suspected that even the Atlantic Ocean was trying to look a little more industrious under her gaze. It was a remarkable thing to witness, the moment when a great nation decided that it was tired of being a sick man and decided to become a tough woman. It may not have been funny for the people living through it, but for an observer with a penchant for the absurd, it was the greatest show on earth. And the best part? She didn't even need a mirror ball to make it happen. She just needed a handbag and a very, very long memory. Chapter 7. The Aerobic Penance. It is a well-established law of nature that whenever a human being is not being pursued by a tax collector, a grizzly bear, or a legitimate process server, he ought to be sitting down. If possible, he should be reclining. The great architect of the universe provided us with joints that bend and muscles that flex, but I am convinced he intended them for the occasional necessity of reaching for a distant decanter or fleeing a burning building, not for the systematic, self-inflicted torture of the open road. Yet, by the year of our Lord 1979, a peculiar madness had seized the American populace. It was a madness that compelled otherwise sensible men and women to arise at the crack of dawn, wrap themselves in garments made of neon-colored chemicals, and run through the streets until their hearts hammered against their ribs like a frantic bird in a cage. They called this jogging. I have seen many religious penances in my time. I have seen monks whip themselves with cords and pilgrims crawl on their knees across sharp stones, but I have never seen a penance so widely adopted and so enthusiastically endured as the aerobic craze of the late 70s. It was as if the nation had looked at its reflection in a harvest gold refrigerator door, found itself slightly wanting in the waistline, and decided that the only solution was to attempt to outrun its own mortality. The uniform of the uncomfortable. To participate in this ritual, one could not simply run in one's trousers. That would be too dignified. No, the 1979 jogger required a specialized costume that seemed designed to ensure the wearer would be visible from the moon. First came the nylon. If the leisure suit was a crime against cotton, the jogging suit was a felony against the very concept of air. It was a shimmering, crinkling ensemble that made a sound like a forest fire whenever the wearer moved. Then there were the short shorts, garments so abbreviated that they left nothing to the imagination and a great deal to the mercy of the elements. I have seen more of the average American male's anatomy in a suburban park in 1979 than I ever cared to see in a lifetime of international travel. But the centerpiece of this insanity was the running shoe. In my day, a shoe was a piece of leather designed to protect the foot from the indignities of the gravel. In 1979, a shoe was a scientific marvel with waffle soles and cushioned heels, designed by men in white coats to allow a human being to strike the pavement 10,000 times a mile without immediately shattering his shins into porcelain dust. People paid $40 for these shoes, a king's ransom, only to take them out and deliberately ruin them in the mud. I once asked a gentleman who was lacing up a pair of bright blue day-glow trainers why he felt the need to spend so much on footwear just to go nowhere in a hurry. "It's for the impact, Sam," he panted, already sweating profusely, though he hadn't yet left his porch. The impact is the enemy. These shoes absorb the shock, so my knees don't have to. "My dear sir," I replied, "if you wish to avoid the impact, there is a much cheaper and more effective technology currently available. It is called a chair. It absorbs 100% of the shock, and the only impact you have to worry about is the ice hitting the bottom of your glass." He looked at me with the pitying gaze of the enlightened, then turned and galloped off into the humid morning air, his nylon suit shrieking in the breeze. The apostle of the asphalt. Every religion needs a prophet, and the jogging cult found its Moses in a man named Jim Fixx. He had written a volume titled The Complete Book of Running, which was essentially a 300-page argument in favor of being miserable for an hour a day so that you might live long enough to be miserable for an extra 10 years at the end of your life. Fixx was a man who had once been heavy and sedentary, but through the miracle of running, he had transformed himself into a lean, sinewy creature who looked like he was made entirely of wire and gristle. The public devoured his words. They believed that if they followed his lead, they could achieve a state of cardiovascular grace. The irony of the situation, which I feel compelled to mention for the sake of historical accuracy and a touch of snark, is that Mr. Fixx eventually met his end while out for a run. He died of a heart attack in the middle of his favorite activity, proving that while you can outrun your neighbors, your creditors, and your past, you cannot, in the final tally, outrun the Great Reaper. When he catches you, he doesn't care if your shoes have waffle soles or if your heart rate is 60 beats a minute. He only cares that your time on the track is up. The myth of the runner's high. To justify this daily flagellation, the joggers invented a concept called the runner's high. They claimed that if you ran long enough and hard enough, your brain would release chemicals, endorphins they called them, that would induce a state of euphoric bliss. I have spent a great deal of time observing people in the midst of this supposed euphoria. I have seen them at the 6-mile mark, their faces a ghastly shade of purple, their eyes rolling in their sockets, and a string of saliva trailing from their lips like a banner of surrender. If that is bliss, then I have seen more happiness in a dentist's waiting room. I suspect the runner's high is actually just a form of delirium brought on by oxygen deprivation and the sheer, overwhelming relief of realizing that the run is almost over. It is the same kind of high a man feels when he stops hitting his thumb with a hammer. It isn't that the new state is particularly wonderful. It's just that the previous state was so spectacularly awful. The marathon, the ultimate absurdity. By 1979, it was no longer enough to jog around the block. One had to participate in a marathon, a race of 26 miles named after a Greek fellow who ran the same distance and then immediately dropped dead. One would think the dropping dead part of the story would serve as a cautionary tale, but the American public took it as a challenge. In New York and Boston, thousands of people would gather to run through the streets together. It was a magnificent spectacle of mass masochism. They would run until their feet bled. They would run until their toenails fell off. They would run until they had to be wrapped in space blankets made of silver foil, looking like a collection of giant baked potatoes waiting for a picnic. And what was the prize for this Herculean effort? A plastic medal and the right to spend the next 4 days walking downstairs backward because their quadriceps had declared a general strike. The philosophy of the pavement. Why did we do it? Why, in 1979, did we decide that fitness was the new faith? I believe it was because we had lost control of everything else. We couldn't control the price of gas, we couldn't control the Iranian students, and we certainly couldn't control the fact that our refrigerators were harvest gold. But we could control the movement of our own 2 feet. In a world that felt like it was falling apart, the act of running was a way to exert authority over the only thing we had left, our own suffering. It was the ultimate expression of the me decade. The focus had shifted inward. We weren't building cathedrals or conquering frontiers. We were sculpting our own calves. We were seeking salvation not through prayer, but through rips. We were turning our bodies into temples, which is a fine idea, provided you don't mind the fact that temples require a great deal of maintenance and eventually crumble anyway. The legacy of the sweatband. As the decade drew to a close, the jogging craze evolved. It gave birth to aerobics, where women in leg warmers jumped up and down to upbeat music, and eventually to the modern gym, a place where people pay a monthly fee to use machines that simulate the experience of climbing a mountain that isn't there. But I will always remember 1979 as the year of the jogger. I remember the sight of a middle-aged man in a sweatband, that halo of absorbent toweling, trudging past my window in the rain. He looked miserable. He looked exhausted. He looked like he would rather be anywhere else on God's green earth. But he didn't stop. He kept moving, one waffle-soled step at a time, chasing a horizon he would never reach, and a version of himself that would never be quite lean enough. He was a pioneer of the new American frontier, the 3-mile loop around the suburbs. And while I may mock his short shorts and his nylon suit, I must admire his persistence. It takes a special kind of courage to look at a perfectly good sofa and say, "No, I think I'll go outside and try to induce a heart attack instead." It was witty, it was hilarious, and in its own way, it was the most American thing I have ever seen. But as for me, I'll stick to the stationary journey of the mind. It's much easier on the knees, and the high you get from a well-aged brandy is far more reliable than anything you'll find on the asphalt at 6 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 8. The Maryland Truce. A Weekend in the Woods. The Camp David Accords. It has been my observation that when 2 gentlemen have spent the better part of their lives and the entirety of their ancestors' lives attempting to settle a boundary dispute with the enthusiastic application of high explosives and ancient grudges, the very last place you should take them is a quiet forest in Maryland. In a forest, there are far too many heavy branches available for the taking, and the silence only serves to make the grinding of one's teeth sound like a rock slide. Yet, in the sweltering heat of the late 70s, the American government decided that the solution to a 4,000-year-old theological and territorial muddle was a high-stakes camping trip. They called it the Camp David Accords. It was a magnificent experiment in the art of the impossible, featuring a stern Israeli with the soul of a grammarian, a pipe-smoking Egyptian with the flair of a desert lion, and a president whose primary weapon was an unyielding, terrifyingly sincere devotion to the Sunday school curriculum. The rustic tabernacle of diplomacy. To understand the absurdity of the setting, one must realize that Camp David is not a palace. It is not Versailles. It has no hall of mirrors, no gold-leaf ceilings, and no sprawling gardens designed for the polite betrayal of empires. It is a collection of rustic cabins tucked away in the Catoctin Mountains, a place where the air smells of pine needles and the most sophisticated technology is a screen door that refuses to latch. It was here that President Jimmy Carter, the man in the cardigan, summoned Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat. He brought them to the woods, far from the prying eyes of the press and the comforting distractions of their respective armies, and essentially told them they weren't allowed to leave until they promised to stop hitting each other. It was the ultimate parental move. He had taken the two brawling children of the Middle East, sat them in a remote cabin, and told them there would be no dessert until they learned to share the sandbox. The cast of the great drama. The personalities involved were as mismatched as a pair of plaid trousers and a polka-dot vest. On one side, you had Menachem Begin, a man who looked like he had been carved out of a single piece of unyielding granite and then dressed in a very sensible suit. Begin was a man of the law. He viewed every comma in a treaty as a potential fortress to be defended to the death. He didn't just negotiate. He litigated the very concept of time and space. On the other side, you had Anwar Sadat. Sadat was a creature of the grand gesture. He smoked his pipe with a theatrical elegance and spoke of peace as if it were a beautiful woman he intended to marry, regardless of whether his family approved of the match. He had already stunned the world by flying to Jerusalem, an act of such breathtaking audacity that it made the landing on the moon look like a trip to the post office. And in the middle stood Jimmy Carter. I have seen many a mediator in my time. I have seen men attempt to settle a dispute between two drunken riverboat pilots, but I have never seen a man with the quiet persistence of Carter. He believed in the power of the right thing. He believed that if he just showed them enough maps and gave them enough tea, they would eventually realize that war was a very inefficient way to spend a Tuesday. The 13-day siege. The Maryland truce lasted for 13 days. It was a marathon of the spirit. By the third day, Begin and Sadat had discovered that they couldn't stand the sight of each other. They stopped meeting face to face. They retreated to their respective cabins, Begin to birch and Sadat to dogwood, and sat there like two sulking schoolboys. This is where the true snark of the situation emerges. The President of the United States, the leader of the free world, the commander of the most powerful nuclear arsenal in history, became a highly paid delivery boy. For 10 days, Jimmy Carter jogged between the cabins carrying slips of paper. He would take a proposal from Sadat, run it through the woods to Begin, watch Begin redline every third word with a legalistic fury, and then run the counter-proposal back to Sadat. It was diplomacy by pedometer. I suspect the only reason the treaty was ever signed is that Carter eventually wore them down through sheer physical exhaustion. They didn't sign for peace. They signed because they wanted the man in the cardigan to stop running onto their porches with more paper. The art of the framework. We must discuss the language of the accords. In the world of diplomacy, peace is a word that is rarely used without at least 3 adjectives and a 4-page footnote. The Camp David Accords were not a treaty so much as they were a framework. In 1979, a framework was a magnificent invention. It allowed you to say that you had agreed to agree on something that you would eventually agree upon at a later date, provided everyone stayed in a good mood. It was the leisure suit of international law, stretchy, synthetic, and designed to cover a multitude of sins while still looking somewhat presentable in a photograph. They argued over every syllable. They argued over the definition of autonomy. They argued over the status of the Sinai Peninsula, a piece of dirt that has been fought over by everyone from the Pharaohs to the British, and which possesses the remarkable quality of being almost entirely composed of sand and heat. "Is it worth it, Sam?" a cynical journalist asked me at the time, his breath smelling of gin and deadline pressure. "Are we really going to solve 4,000 years of thou shalt not by having a picnic in Maryland?" "My friend," I replied, "never underestimate the power of boredom. When you put 3 men in the woods and deny them the news of the world, they will eventually agree to anything just to see a television set again. Peace is not a moral victory. It is a victory of the human desire to go home and take a nap." The miracle of the photograph. Against all odds, on the 13th day, the Malays lifted for a brief, shining moment. The white smoke, or at least the smoke from Sadat's pipe, went up. They had a deal. They emerged from the woods and headed for the White House to sign the document before a global audience. The photograph of that moment is one of the most famous of the decade. Sadat and Begin, leaning over the table, shaking hands while Carter beams between them like a proud father at a graduation ceremony. It was a beautiful sight. It was a hilarious history moment because everyone in the room knew that back home, their respective populaces were preparing to call them traitors, and that the rest of the Arab world was currently looking for a way to expel Egypt from the human race. But for that one afternoon, diplomacy, the art of lying for the sake of the greater good, had triumphed. The Nobel snark. Naturally, they were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Well, Begin and Sadat were. Carter had to wait another 20-odd years, proving that in the world of prizes, the host always gets the bill while the guests get the gold. The Nobel Prize is a curious thing. It is a medal given to people for promising to be good, usually right before things go spectacularly wrong. In 1979, the Maryland Truce felt like a new era. We thought we had solved the Middle East. We thought that from now on, everyone would just go to a forest in Maryland whenever they felt the urge to invade a neighbor. But as I sat on my porch that evening, watching the fireflies and listening to the radio, I couldn't help but notice that the peace was a very localized phenomenon. It was a peace between Egypt and Israel, a magnificent achievement to be sure. But the rest of the neighborhood remained a very noisy and very dangerous place. The legacy of the woods. What did we learn from the Maryland truce? We learned that if you want to make history, you should wear a cardigan and be incredibly annoying for 13 days. We learned that peace is often just a very complicated way of saying, I'm tired of paying for the bullets. And we learned that the American people, in the midst of their malaise, desperately needed to see three men smiling in a garden, even if they didn't entirely understand what the men had signed. The Camp David Accords didn't bring the kingdom of heaven to earth, but they did ensure that for a few years the spicy breeze of war was replaced by the dull breeze of committee meetings. And in the year 1979, that was about as much as you could ask for. I walked down to the mailbox that evening, looking at the peaceful silhouettes of the trees against the twilight. I thought of those three men in the Catoctin Mountains, arguing over a comma while the crickets chirped. It was a funny, absurd, and remarkably brave thing to do. "Good luck, gentlemen," I whispered. "You've made a framework. Now let's see if anyone has the sense to build a house on it before the wind changes." History, as always, would have the final snark, but for one weekend in Maryland, the Maryland truce was the only game in town, and for once, the American public didn't have to wait in a gas line to see the results. They just had to turn on the television and watch three men shake hands in the sun, hoping the force would be with them for at least as long as it took to cash the Nobel check. Chapter 9. The Iranian Muddle. If there is one thing a great superpower enjoys more than anything else, it is the feeling of being absolutely, magnificently, and publicly helpless. It is the special privilege of the very large to be occasionally tripped by the very small, and in the late autumn of 1979, the United States of America, a nation that could move mountains and split atoms, found its entire foreign policy reduced to the level of a man trying to retrieve his car keys from a sewer grate with a piece of chewing gum and a prayer. I refer to the Iranian Muddle, an international drama that featured a deposed king, a very stern elderly gentleman with a beard like a frozen waterfall, and a group of students who seemed to have mistaken an American embassy for a very long-term dormitory. The Peacock and the Hospital Bed. To understand the muddle, one must first consider the Shah of Iran. For decades he had been our man in the East, a monarch who sat upon the peacock throne and dressed in uniforms that possessed more gold braid than a Christmas tree in a jewelry shop. He was a man of immense wealth and questionable popularity, whose primary job was to keep the oil flowing and to look impressive in photographs next to American presidents. But by 1979, the Shah had discovered that being a king is a bit like being a tightrope walker. It is a wonderful profession right up until the moment people start shaking the rope. He was deposed in a revolution that was fueled by a potent mixture of religious fervor and a general distaste for secret police. He spent several months wandering the globe like a man who had forgotten where he parked his country, eventually arriving in New York for medical treatment. Now, a king in a hospital gown is a pitiable sight. Gone are the medals. Gone is the peacock throne. All that remains is a man in a thin piece of cotton that ties in the back, wondering if the nurses recognize his divine right to rule. However, to the revolutionaries back in Tehran, the Shah's presence in America was not a matter of medicine. It was a matter of conspiracy. They demanded his return so they could give him a fair trial and then presumably an enthusiastic hanging. The arrival of the Prophet. While the Shah was in New York, Iran was being reorganized by the Ayatollah Khomeini. I have seen many faces in my time, but the Ayatollah possessed a countenance that could stop a clock at 50 paces. He was the absolute antithesis of the 1979 aesthetic. While the rest of the world was embracing polyester, disco, and self-actualization, the Ayatollah was embracing a version of the 7th century that had been scrubbed clean of all levity. He did not smile. I suspect if he had ever accidentally smiled, the friction of his facial muscles would have caused a localized earthquake. He viewed the United States as the Great Satan, which was a bit of an upgrade from our previous title of the people who sell us refrigerators. But it didn't do much for our diplomatic relations. Under his guidance, the Iranian people decided that the best way to express their displeasure with American medicine was to climb the walls of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. The Siege of the Megaphones. On November 4th, a swarm of students, possessing a great deal of energy and a remarkable lack of regard for international law, overran the embassy. They took 52 Americans hostage, blindfolded them, and paraded them before the television cameras. Now, in the old days, such an affront would have resulted in the immediate appearance of several very large ships with very large guns, followed by a polite request to stop that at once. But 1979 was the year of malaise. We were a nation that was feeling very sensitive about its global image. We didn't want to start a war. We wanted to start a dialogue. The result was a stalemate that lasted for 444 days. It was a siege conducted by megaphone. Every night, the evening news would show crowds of people in Tehran burning the American flag and chanting slogans that sounded very rhythmic, but didn't seem to lead to any productive conclusions. The American public watched this with a mounting sense of bewildered fury. We were the leader of the free world, yet we were being held at bay by a group of teenagers with banners. It was as if a lion were being kept in a cage by a determined group of squirrels. The birth of the nightly countdown. The Iranian muddle did something that no war or election had ever managed to do. It turned the American television set into a ticking clock of national shame. A news program was born, originally called The Iran Crisis, America Held Hostage, which later became Nightline. Every night, a gentleman named Ted Koppel, a man with a haircut that appeared to have been carved out of a single block of mahogany, would appear on the screen to remind us exactly how many days it had been since our people had seen the sun. Day 50, he would say. Day 100. Day 200. It was a magnificent piece of theater. It turned a diplomatic failure into a serialized drama, like a soap opera where the plot never moves and the characters never change their clothes. The American people became obsessed. We wore yellow ribbons. We tied them around trees, around lampposts, and, in some cases, around our own dogs. We were waiting for the hostages, a collective act of national patience that eventually curdled into a collective act of national grumpiness. The rescue that wasn't. Eventually, President Jimmy Carter, a man whose heart was clearly in the right place, though his luck appeared to have moved to another planet, decided that enough was enough. He authorized a secret rescue mission titled Operation Eagle Claw. It was a plan of immense complexity involving helicopters, transport planes, and a secret landing strip in the middle of the Iranian desert. It was the sort of thing that looks wonderful on a chalkboard, but tends to fall apart when it encounters the reality of sand. In an event that perfectly summarized the year 1979, the mission ended in disaster before it ever reached Tehran. A helicopter collided with a transport plane in a dust storm. Lives were lost, and the entire fleet was forced to retreat, leaving behind the charred wreckage of American prestige in the desert. The Iranians, upon finding the remains, behaved as if they had defeated the entire Roman Empire in a single afternoon. In Washington, the mood was one of such profound gloom that I suspect the plants in the White House began to wilt out of sheer sympathy. The Ayatollah versus the cardigan. The conflict was essentially a battle between two different kinds of stubbornness. On one side, you had the Ayatollah, who believed he was doing God's work and therefore didn't care about the price of eggs or the opinions of the United Nations. On the other side, you had Jimmy Carter, who believed that if he just explained the moral law clearly enough, everyone would eventually agree to be reasonable. It was a mismatch of epic proportions. You cannot bargain with a man who views your very existence as a theological error. The Ayatollah didn't want a settlement. He wanted to watch a superpower squirm. And for 14 months, he got exactly what he wanted. I recall sitting in a diner in Virginia during the height of the crisis. A man at the counter was staring at a newspaper headline about the failed rescue. He turned to me and said, "Sam, I remember when we used to win things. I remember when we could go to the moon and back without tripping over our own shoelaces. Now we can't even get a helicopter through a cloud of dust without it exploding." "It's the times," I said. "We've traded our steel for polyester. It's hard to be a great Satan when your pants keep sticking to the upholstery." The ultimate punch of history. In the end, the hostages were released, but the timing was the final, stinging insult of the entire muddle. The Iranians waited until the very moment that Ronald Reagan, a man who looked like he had been cast as the hero in a Western movie, was being sworn into office. The moment Reagan finished his oath, the planes carrying the hostages cleared Iranian airspace. It was a calculated gesture of spite toward Jimmy Carter, a final parting gift from the Ayatollah to the man who had spent a year trying to be nice to him. The muddle had changed the American psyche. We had learned that being the biggest kid on the block didn't mean much if the smaller kids decided they weren't afraid of being punched. We had learned that diplomacy is often just a fancy word for waiting for something to happen while you look concerned on television. And we had learned that a beard, if grown to a sufficient length and worn with a sufficiently grim expression, is a more powerful weapon than a fleet of aircraft carriers. As the hostages returned home to a hero's welcome, the nation breathed a sigh of relief. But the shadow of the muddle remained. We had been humbled, we had been confused, and we had been forced to listen to Ted Koppel for over a year. It was a high price to pay for a lesson in international relations. But that was 1979, a year when the world refused to follow the script, and the only thing we could be sure of was that the evening news would always find a way to make us feel like we had forgotten to lock the back door. Chapter 10. Skylab, the falling ceiling. It has been my observation that man is never so industrious as when he is building something he does not know how to throw away. We are a species of cosmic litterbugs, possessed of a grand ambition to fling our hardware into the heavens. Yet we lack the basic foresight of a common house cat, which at least has the decency to consider where its leftovers might land. By the summer of 1979, the United States government, having successfully conquered the moon and left it cluttered with golf balls and expensive camera equipment, suddenly realized that its first great mansion in the sky was tired of the view and had decided to return to Earth with the grace of a dropped piano. I speak of Skylab. 75 tons of American ingenuity, solar panels, and scientific aspirations, all hurtling toward the terrestrial sphere at 18,000 miles per hour. With the high priests of science at NASA standing on the ground, scratching their heads, and admitting to the world that they weren't entirely sure whether it would land in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean or in the middle of someone's Tuesday afternoon tea. The celestial white elephant. Skylab was launched in 1973, a time when we still believed that the future would involve silver jumpsuits and nutritious pills instead of bacon. It was a magnificent structure, a veritable hotel for the learned, where astronauts could spin in circles and study the sun without the interference of the atmosphere or the distractions of a nagging landlord. But like many a grand estate built during a boom, it was eventually abandoned. The money ran out, the interest faded, and the great laboratory was left to drift in the silent, cold reaches of space, a ghost ship of the vacuum. However, there is a troublesome little law of the universe called atmospheric drag. It is a subtle, invisible force, much like the slow accumulation of debt or the creeping progress of a head cold. The upper reaches of our air began to nibble at Skylab's heels. NASA had calculated that the station would stay aloft until the mid-'80s, but the sun, in a fit of solar activity that I can only assume was a deliberate attempt to embarrass the government, decided to heat up our atmosphere, causing it to swell like a blister. Suddenly, Skylab was no longer soaring. It was wading through cosmic molasses. The high priests looked at their charts, realized their math was off by about 5 years, and sheepishly informed the public that the ceiling was falling. The science of guesswork. There is nothing quite so entertaining as a scientist trying to sound certain about a catastrophe he cannot control. For months, the evening news was filled with diagrams and maps of the debris path. It was a giant wobbling stripe that circled the globe, covering roughly 80% of the populated world. "Don't worry," the expert said, their voices dripping with that peculiar brand of academic calm that usually precedes a massive insurance claim. The odds of a piece of Skylab hitting a human being are roughly 1 in 600 billion. You are more likely to be struck by lightning while winning the lottery and being bitten by a shark in your own bathtub. This is a very comforting statistic, provided you are not the one. The American public, being a suspicious lot who had already spent the year waiting in gas lines and avoiding nuclear transients in Pennsylvania, did not buy it. We knew our luck. We knew that if there was a 75-ton piece of scrap metal falling from the stars, it would bypass the empty deserts and the vast oceans specifically to find the one man in Kansas who had just finished shingling his roof. The Skylab party, toasting the apocalypse. In true American fashion, once we realized we were helpless, we decided to get drunk. The Skylab party became the social event of the season. People donned Skylab helmets, which were often just painted colanders or plastic buckets with target signs drawn on the top. Bartenders invented the Skylab cocktail, a potent mixture that I suspect was designed to ensure that if a piece of space station did hit you, you'd be too anesthetized to notice. There were contests to guess the exact coordinates of the impact, with prizes ranging from a year's supply of beer to a plot of land in a place that didn't have a roof. It was a magnificent spectacle of gallows humor. We were a nation living under a sword of Damocles made of titanium and lead-acid batteries. We had spent billions to put it up there, and now we were spending millions to figure out where to hide when it came down. It was the ultimate Malais-ery paradox. We were the most technologically advanced civilization in history, yet we were essentially in the same position as our primitive ancestors, looking at the sky and praying the gods didn't drop a mountain on our heads. The final descent. On July 11, 1979, the end finally came. The station began its death spiral. NASA attempted to steer the falling Leviathan by wiggling its remaining control vanes, a move akin to trying to guide a falling safe by waving a feather at it. They hoped to nudge it into the deep water south of Africa, safely away from anything that could file a lawsuit. But Skylab was an American creation, and like any true American, it had a mind of its own and a desire to see the world. It skipped off the atmosphere like a flat stone on a pond, overshooting the ocean and heading straight for the vast, sun-bleached expanse of Western Australia. I have always had a soft spot for the Australians. They are a rugged, no-nonsense people who live in a country where nearly every living thing, from the snakes to the spiders to the very shrubbery, is actively trying to murder them. They are not easily rattled. So, when the night sky over the town of Esperance suddenly lit up with a pyrotechnic display that would have made Nero jealous, the locals didn't panic. They simply looked up from their beer, watched the flaming wreckage of the United States space program streak across the firmament, and wondered if any of it was worth anything at the scrapyard. The station broke apart with a roar that sounded like a freight train falling through a greenhouse. Chunks of oxygen tanks, struts, and scientific instruments rained down upon the outback. A massive piece of the station's shingle landed on a sheep station, narrowly missing a flock of animals that were already sufficiently confused by the general state of the world. The Fine and the Litterbug. The aftermath of the Skylab re-entry provided the most delightful piece of episode in the entire history of international relations. The Shire of Esperance, the local governing body, observed the charred remains of the American station littering their pristine desert and decided that science was no excuse for a mess. With a straight face and a heart full of bureaucratic joy, they issued a littering fine to the United States of America. It was a ticket for $400. Think of the magnificent towering brass of that move. The most powerful nation on earth, the victor of the Great War, the master of the atom, and the explorer of the moon, was being ticketed by a small Australian town for failing to clean up its cosmic trash. It was a moment of supreme comedy that punctured the balloon of American pretension more effectively than any Soviet missile ever could. The U.S. government, in a final act of 1979-style grumpiness, refused to pay the fine. They ignored it for 30 years until a radio host in California eventually raised the money from his listeners and sent it to Australia in 2009. But for the residents of Esperance in 1979, the message was clear. You can reach for the stars all you like, Yanks, but if you drop your garbage in our yard, we're going to want $400. The lesson of the falling roof. What did we learn from the great Skylab scare? We learned that the sky is not a permanent vacuum, but a very thin, very crowded neighborhood. We learned that the odds are usually calculated by people who aren't standing under the debris path. And we learned that no matter how high a man climbs, gravity is always waiting for him at the bottom, holding a clipboard and a summons. The year 1979 continued to be a comedy of errors, but Skylab was perhaps the most honest of them. It was a physical manifestation of our own overreach. We had built a house we couldn't keep, and we had let it fall where it may. As the dust settled in the Australian desert, and the Skylab parties ended in hangovers and discarded colanders, the nation turned its eyes back to the ground. We had enough problems on the earth without looking for more in the heavens. We had gas lines to stand in, disco records to explode, and a president who was still trying to convince us that a sweater was a legitimate substitute for a functioning economy. Skylab was gone, leaving only a few scorched pieces in an Australian museum and a very funny story about a littering ticket. But as I sat on my porch that evening, looking up at the stars, I couldn't help but notice that there were still a lot of things up there. Satellites, rocket stages, discarded wrenches. The heavens were full of our ambition, and I suspected that sooner or later the ceiling would start creaking again. Until then, I decided to keep my Skylab helmet handy. It might not stop a 75-ton laboratory, but it's a wonderful place to keep your popcorn while you watch the world go by. And in 1979, the show was only just getting started. Chapter 11. The Cardigan of Truth. It has been my experience that when a man finds his house is on fire, his wife has run off with a traveling phrenologist, and his bank account has been hollowed out by a family of industrious moths, the last thing he desires is for a Methodist deacon to sit him down and explain that his real problem is a crisis of confidence. He does not want a lecture on the spiritual benefits of adversity. He wants a bucket of water, a shotgun, and a $20 bill. Yet, in the sweltering July of 1979, the American people, already seasoned in the arts of suffering by gas lines, nuclear scares, and the persistent itch of double-knit polyester, were treated to the most remarkable sermon ever delivered from the bully pulpit of the White House. It was the night President Jimmy Carter donned his famous armor of wool and acrylic, the cardigan of truth, and informed the nation that we were collectively and individually suffering from a terminal case of the doldrums. The mountaintop retreat. The lead-up to this event was as dramatic as any theatrical production in the history of the Republic. The president had vanished. For 10 days, he retreated to the misty heights of Camp David, disappearing into the woods like a Victorian poet looking for a rhyme for insolvency. He canceled his scheduled speeches, silenced his press corps, and summoned a parade of wise men, sociologists, theologians, labor leaders, and presumably a few people who were just good at looking concerned, to help him diagnose the national soul. It was a magnificent bit of staging. The nation sat by its television sets, wondering if the president was planning a secret invasion of a small country, or perhaps just learning how to do the hustle. We expected a plan. We expected a bold decree that would magically fill our gas tanks and lower the price of a loaf of bread. Instead, we were witnessing the first documented case of a president taking a 10-day mental health retreat on behalf of 200 million people. When he finally emerged from the woods, he did not come with a policy. He came with a mirror. The sermon in the sweater. On the night of July 15th, the president appeared on our screens. He did not wear the crisp, dark suit of a commander-in-chief. He wore a sweater. Now, I have nothing against a cardigan. It is a noble garment for a grandfather or a man who spends his days pressing wildflowers. But when the leader of the free world wears a sweater to address a national crisis, it sends a very specific message. It says, "I have turned down the heat in this building, and I am about to make you feel very, very cold." The speech has gone down in history as the Malais speech, though, as I mentioned previously, the man never actually used the word. He was far too polite for that. Instead, he spoke of a fundamental threat to American democracy that did not come from the Soviets or the oil ministers, but from within our own hearts. "It is a crisis of confidence," he said, his voice brimming with the gentle, aching sincerity of a man who is about to tell you that he had to put your dog to sleep for its own good. He told us that we had become too focused on owning things and consuming things, and that we had lost our moral and spiritual tracks. Think of the magnificent, towering irony of it. A man whose government was currently overseeing a 20% inflation rate and a 44-day hostage crisis was telling the American public that the real problem was that we liked our air conditioning and our station wagons too much. It was as if a doctor had walked into a room where a man was bleeding from 3 different bullet wounds and said, "My friend, you really must work on your pessimistic outlook. Your aura is a very troubling shade of gray." The national liver ailment. I recall sitting in a parlor in Kentucky watching this performance with a local judge who had a face like a dried apple and a temper to match. "Is he serious, Sam?" the judge asked, gesturing at the screen with a half-eaten peach. "Is he actually blaming me for the fact that the dollar is currently worth about 3 cents and a handful of dirt? I've been a confident man my whole life. I was confident through the war, I was confident through the Great Flood, and I was confident right up until I saw my electric bill last Tuesday. My confidence isn't the problem, it's the fact that I can't afford to be confident anymore." The judge was not alone. The American public received the news that they were spiritually hollow. With the same enthusiasm one might show for a lecture on the nutritional value of boiled bark. We didn't want a national psychiatrist. We wanted a mechanic. Carter's speech was a masterpiece of political theology. He was attempting to lead a secular nation back to the virtues of the frontier, frugality, sacrifice, and the quiet dignity of doing without. But 1979 was not the frontier. It was the era of the shopping mall. We had been told for 30 years that the American dream was a better refrigerator and a car with fins. To be told that those very things were now the source of our spiritual decay was a bit of a shock to the system. The Great Cabinet Purge. In the immediate aftermath of the speech, the president's approval ratings actually went up. For about 48 hours, the nation felt a strange, masochistic thrill at being scolded. We felt like we had been to a particularly effective church service where the preacher had really given it to us. But then, the president decided to show leadership. In a move that remains one of the most baffling political maneuvers since the invention of the secret ballot, he asked for the resignation of his entire cabinet, every single one of them. Now, if a man fires his cook, his gardener, and his butler all in the same afternoon, the neighbors do not think, "My, what a strong and decisive leader." They think the man has finally lost his grip on the handle. The purge turned the malaise into a panic. The world looked at Washington and saw a president who was not only telling his people they were depressed, but was also currently firing everyone who knew where the stationery was kept. The gold market went into a frenzy. The dollar took a swan dive into the basement. And the sense of confidence that the president was so worried about evaporated like a drop of water on a hot griddle. The Cardigan's legacy. The Malais speech was the final melancholy trumpet blast of the 1970s. It was the moment the decade gave up on trying to be fun and settled for being meaningful. We were no longer the can-do nation. We were the shouldn't-have nation. Carter was a man of immense integrity, perhaps too much for the profession of politics. He believed that the American people wanted the truth. He didn't realize that the truth people want from a president is that everything is going to be fine, even if the building is currently tilting at a 45-degree angle. By telling us that we were the problem, he ensured that we would find a solution, specifically a solution that involved voting for someone else. The malaise became the anvil upon which the 1980 election was forged. A year later, a man would appear who would tell us that we were great, that we were good, and that we could have as many station wagons as we could afford. And the American people, still shivering from the memory of that cardigan, would run toward him like a lost child to a candy store. A final thought on the sweater. I still think of that cardigan sometimes. It hangs in the closet of our national memory, a symbol of a time when we were asked to be better than we probably were. It was a brave speech in its own way, the speech of a man who cared more about our souls than our votes. But as any riverboat gambler will tell you, if you're going to bet on a man's soul, make sure he isn't currently waiting in a 4-hour gas line. Because when a man is hot, tired, and broke, his soul is usually the last thing on his mind. He just wants the heat to stay on, the car to start, and the president to wear a suit like a civilized human being. In 1979, we didn't get the suit. We got the sweater, and we've been trying to stay warm ever since. Chapter 12. The Roller Disco Delirium. There is a theory, popular among the more optimistic variety of anthropologists, that man is the pinnacle of evolutionary design, a creature of such refined balance and grace that he was intended to dominate the earth through the sheer majesty of his upright carriage. These theorists, however, have clearly never spent a Saturday night in 1979 at a municipal skating rink watching a 300-pound insurance salesman attempt to perform a split spin while dressed in cherry red satin shorts and a tank top that was screaming for mercy. It has been my observation that whenever the human spirit is weighed down by the heavy chains of reality, be it an energy crisis, a falling space station, or a president who insists on treating the national psyche like a Sunday school class, it does not respond with quiet contemplation. No, The human spirit responds by strapping 4 wheels of polyurethane to each foot and attempting to dance to a rhythmic thumping that would make a tribal war drum sound like a lullaby. We called it the roller disco. It was the year we decided that the only thing more dangerous than dancing in platform shoes was dancing in platform shoes that had a mind of their own and a desire to reach the nearest wall at 30 miles per hour. The apparatus of agony. In the simpler days of my youth, a roller skate was a humble device of iron and spite. It was a metal plate that you clamped onto your boots with a specialized key that you wore around your neck like a holy relic. Those skates did not roll so much as they shrieked. They were designed to ensure that every sidewalk in America sounded like a boiler factory under siege. They had no brakes, no bearings to speak of, and their primary function was to ensure that every child reached the age of 12 with at least one permanent scar on each knee. But by 1979, the skate had undergone a technological renaissance. The iron was replaced by plastic. The leather was replaced by suede of a blue so bright it could be seen through a thick fog. And the wheels were made of a magical substance that allowed for silent, frictionless speed. This was the great trap. The old skates warned you of their intentions with their noise. The new skates were silent assassins. They offered a smooth, buttery glide that whispered, "Go ahead, Sam. You're as graceful as a swan. Try a triple Lutz." And the moment you believed the lie, the skates would vanish from beneath you, leaving you to discover that gravity has a very particular sense of humor when it encounters a hardwood floor. The uniform of the unbalanced. To participate in the roller disco, one could not simply wear the clothes of a rational human being. One had to dress for a collision between a circus and a chemical fire. The primary requirement was satin. I do not know why the year 1979 was so obsessed with fabrics that looked like they belonged on a prize fighter's bathrobe, but satin was everywhere. We had satin jackets, satin headbands, and the ubiquitous hot pants. To see a grown man, a man who perhaps held a position of trust in a bank or a court of law, standing in a rink under a spinning mirror ball, wearing gold-trimmed satin shorts that were 3 sizes too small, is to understand that the crisis of confidence the president spoke of was actually a crisis of mirrors. Had we been able to see ourselves as the Almighty saw us that year, we would have immediately repented and returned to the sober dignity of the wool suit and the stationary chair. Then there were the leg warmers. These were knitted tubes of yarn worn around the ankles, ostensibly to keep the muscles warm, though I suspect their real purpose was to provide a bit of padding for when the inevitable collision with the baseboard occurred. They gave the wearer the appearance of a poodle that had been partially shorn and then forced to participate in a high-speed chase. The rink, a cathedral of neon. The roller rink of 1979 was a place of sensory assault. It was a cavernous room filled with a thick haze of artificial fog and the scent of floor wax and desperation. In the center of the ceiling hung the mirror ball, that spinning planet of glass that scattered thousands of tiny flecks of light across the room, ensuring that even if you were standing still, you felt like you were suffering from a mild case of vertigo. The music was, of course, disco, but a specific variety of disco that possessed a beat so regular and so insistent that it could have been used to pace a galley of rowing slaves. It was music that didn't require a soul. It only required a pulse and a willingness to move in a circle for 4 hours. I recall sitting on a bench at the Empire Roller Disco in Brooklyn observing the pageant. The pros were easy to spot. They were the ones who moved with a terrifying liquid grace, weaving in and out of the terrified amateurs like sharks through a school of minnows. They could skate backward. They could spin on one wheel. They could perform the worm on skates, a maneuver that involved undulating one's body across the floor in a manner that suggested a very rhythmic digestive ailment. But it was the amateurs who provided the real comedy. There is no sight more poignant than a man who has decided at the age of 42 that he is the king of the rink. He starts out with a confident stride, his arms pumping, his satin cape, yes, some wore capes, fluttering behind him. He gains speed. He begins to feel the malaise lifting. He feels like a god of the wheels. And then he realizes he does not know how to stop. He approaches the turn at the end of the rink. His eyes widen. His arms begin to windmill in a desperate attempt to catch the air. He tries to T-stop, a move where one drags a foot behind, but instead of slowing down, he merely succeeds in spinning himself like a top. He becomes a human projectile, 180 pounds of momentum and satin, heading straight for the snack bar. The resulting sound, a mixture of crashing trays, spilled soda, and a muffled good heavens, is the true anthem of 1979. The cinema of the skate. So profound was this madness that Hollywood, a town that never saw a fad it couldn't turn into a 90-minute disaster, decided to bless us with roller movies. We were given Skate Town, USA, and Roller Boogie, films that possessed the plot of a wet paper towel, but featured a great deal of spinning and smiling. They attempted to convince us that roller skating was not just a way to bruise your tailbone, but a way of life. They suggested that if you were good enough at skating, you could solve any problem, from a neighborhood redevelopment plan to a broken heart. It was a beautiful, shiny delusion. In 1979, we wanted to believe that we could skate away from the inflation, skate away from the gas lines, and skate away from the fact that our civilization was currently being held hostage by a man in a black robe 5,000 miles away. The physics of the fall. I have studied the roller fall with the eye of a naturalist observing a rare species of flightless bird. There are several distinct varieties. The Statue of Liberty. The skater feels his feet sliding forward. In a reflexive move, he throws both arms straight into the air, as if appealing to a higher power, before landing flat on his back with a thud that can be felt in the next county. The panic shuffle. The skater realizes he is going too fast. He begins to take tiny, rapid steps, looking like a man trying to run across a sheet of ice while being chased by a swarm of bees. This always ends in a spectacular sliding belly flop. The anchor. This occurs when two skaters are holding hands. One begins to fall and, out of a misplaced sense of loyalty, grips the other with the strength of a drowning man. They go down together in a tangled heap of limbs and wheels, a suicide pact of the rink. The legacy of the polyurethane. As the year drew to a close, and the 1980s loomed on the horizon like a cold morning after a long party, the roller disco began to fade. We realized that our knees couldn't take any more, and that we looked ridiculous in satin. The rinks returned to being places where children had birthday parties, and the mirror balls were packed away in boxes, their glass facets dusty and forgotten. But for one glorious spinning year, we were a nation on wheels. We had replaced the stationary journey of the gas line with the circular journey of the rink. We weren't going anywhere, and we were doing it at a tremendous cost in dignity and medical tape. But by thunder, we were moving. I walked out of the rink that night, my ears ringing with the sound of a synthesized bass line, and my feet feeling strangely heavy on the solid, unmoving earth. I looked back at the neon sign, flickering in the July heat, and I thought of the president in his cardigan. "Mr. Carter," I whispered to the humid air, "you may be right about the crisis of confidence, but you haven't seen anything until you've seen a man in a gold foil vest try to do the moonwalk on skates. That's not a crisis. That's a miracle of the absurd." And in 1979, a miracle of the absurd was exactly what we needed to get through the night. It didn't solve the malaise, but it certainly made it easier to forget, at least until the skates came off and the bruises started to turn that peculiar shade of avocado green. Chapter 13, The VCR, Stealing Time. Since the dawn of the species, man has been engaged in a futile and pathetic wrestling match with the ticking of the clock. Joshua, as the good book tells us, commanded the sun to stand still over Gibeon so that he might finish a particularly spirited skirmish. The rest of us, lacking Joshua's divine connections, have generally had to accept that when a moment passes, it is gone for good, leaving nothing behind but a fading memory and a sense of missed opportunity. But by the year of our Lord 1979, the American citizen, having already decided that he could outrun his heart in nylon shorts and dance on wheels in a polyester suit, decided that he would no longer be a slave to the broadcast schedule of the three major television networks. He decided to become a thief of time. He bought a VCR. I speak of the video cassette recorder, a device that possessed the physical dimensions of a tombstone and the mechanical complexity of a Swiss watch designed by a committee of madmen. In 1979, the VCR was the ultimate symbol of domestic triumph. It was a box of electromagnetic sorcery that promised a man he could go to sleep during the 11 o'clock news and wake up the next morning to watch it over his coffee, thereby ensuring he could be depressed by the state of the world at a time that better suited his digestion. The great tabernacle of the living room. To own a VCR in 1979 was to announce to the neighborhood that you had either successfully robbed a small bank or were high up in the hierarchy of a very profitable pyramid scheme. These machines cost upwards of $1,000, a sum that, at the time, would have purchased a fairly reliable herd of cattle or a modest house in a part of the country where the water tasted like sulfur. The machine itself was a masterpiece of 70s heavy. It was encased in a plastic shell that was painted to look like wood, because in that era we were convinced that if a piece of technology didn't look like it had been carved out of an ancient oak, it wasn't truly a part of the family. It sat upon the television set like a brooding gargoyle, heavy and silent, save for the occasional whir and clack that suggested it was busy eating a very expensive ribbon of brown tape. The blinking sentinel of shame. There was, however, one feature of the VCR that served as a permanent glowing indictment of the human intellect: the clock. The VCR was equipped with a digital display that was supposed to tell the time and facilitate the programmed recording. In theory, you could tell the machine to wake up at 8 p.m. on a Thursday, record a program about a talking car or a group of suspiciously attractive detectives, and then go back to sleep. But in practice, setting the clock on a 1979 VCR required a degree in electrical engineering and the patience of a saint, undergoing a particularly grueling martyrdom. One had to press clock, then set, then advance through 60 minutes, 1 second at a time, and if you accidentally overshot the mark, you had to go around the entire dial again. Most men who had successfully navigated the South Pacific in a destroyer or managed a steel mill for 40 years, would take one look at the instruction manual, feel their brains begin to liquefy, and simply give up. The result was the blinking 12 o'clock. In nearly every living room in America, the VCR sat in a state of perpetual midnight. It was a silent, pulsating reminder that while we could put a man on the moon, we could not figure out how to tell a plastic box that it was currently 4:15 in the afternoon. The blinking 12 o'clock became the heartbeat of the Malaise era, a steady, rhythmic pulse of technological surrender. The War of the Formats, David versus the giant clunky guy. By 1979, the nation was divided not just by politics and religion, but by the Great Tape War. On one side, you had Betamax, a format created by Sony. Beta was the choice of the refined gentleman. The tapes were smaller, the picture was clearer, and the brand name sounded like something used by a secret society. On the other side, you had VHS, the video home system. The VHS tapes were the size of a thick paperback novel and possessed a picture quality that could best be described as vaguely impressionistic. But VHS had one insurmountable advantage: the tapes could hold 2 hours of footage, whereas the original Betamax could only hold one. In America, we have always valued quantity over quality. If you give a man a choice between a small, exquisite glass of fine wine and a 5-gallon bucket of lukewarm suds, he will choose the bucket every time, provided he can finish it before the sun goes down. The 1-hour limit of the beta tape meant you could record a movie, but you would miss the ending where the hero kisses the girl or the monster burns in the windmill. VHS allowed you to see the whole disaster from start to finish. By the end of '79, the Betamax was already beginning its long, slow retreat into the bargain bins of history, a victim of the American desire to never, ever have to get up from the sofa to change a tape. The time-shifting delusion. The marketing men called it time-shifting, which made it sound like we were all becoming junior members of the Time Lord Society. They told us we were no longer bound by the shackles of the network clock. I recall a conversation with a gentleman in Ohio who had just purchased a top-loading VHS machine with a wired remote control, a leash that extended 6 feet from the machine, ensuring that if you tried to walk to the kitchen while holding it, you would either trip and break your neck or pull the VCR onto the floor. "Sam," he said, holding a blank tape with the reverence of a priest holding a relic, "I'm going to record the Super Bowl, and then I'm going to watch it on a Tuesday. Do you realize what that means? On Sunday, while everyone else is glued to the set, I'll be out in the yard raking leaves like a free man. I'm taking my life back." "That's a noble sentiment," I replied. But on Monday morning, when you go to work, every man at the water cooler is going to tell you the score, the highlights, and which player suffered a career-ending injury in the third quarter. You won't be watching a game on Tuesday. You'll be watching a history lesson. He looked at me, his smile faltering as the logic of the shared experience began to collide with his new technology. And that was the great bite of the VCR. It offered us freedom from the present moment, but in doing so, it removed us from the conversation of our neighbors. We became a nation of individuals watching different things at different times, until we finally reached a state where nobody knew what anyone else was talking about, a state we have perfected in the modern day. The fast forward, a blow to the ad man. There was one feature of the VCR, however, that was a genuine gift to the weary soul: the fast forward button. For the first time in history, a man could look at a commercial for a laundry detergent or a new variety of diet soda and say, "No, thank you." With a single press of a button, the actors in the commercial would begin to move at a frantic, comical speed, their voices pitched like chipmunks on an espresso binge, until they vanished into the next segment of the program. It was a revolutionary act of defiance. We were finally able to silence the man who wanted to sell us a Harvest Gold refrigerator while we were trying to watch a documentary on the Civil War. Of course, the VCR's fast forward was not the smooth skip of the future. It was a violent, streaky process that filled the screen with horizontal lines of static, as if the television were having a small stroke. You had to squint through the snow to see when the program returned, and you invariably overshot the mark, necessitating a rewind that was just as agonizingly slow. The library of the unwatched. By the end of 1979, the VCR had given birth to a new kind of interior decoration, the tape library. Rows upon rows of black plastic boxes, labeled in messy handwriting with titles like Football 79 or Movie Don't Delete. The VCR turned us all into archivists of the mundane. We recorded things because we could, not because we should. I knew a man who had recorded every episode of a game show for 6 months. "When are you going to watch them, Bill?" I asked. "I'm not sure," he said, looking at the towering stack of tapes that was currently threatening to crush his coffee table. "But I have them. If I ever want to see a man from Des Moines guess the price of a toaster in 1979, I am prepared. It's about the security, Sam." This was the ultimate irony of the VCR. It was a machine designed to save us time, but it ended up costing us space. We filled our parlors with magnetic tape, creating a fire hazard out of our own entertainment. We were hoarding the past so we wouldn't have to deal with the malaise of the present. The death of the cinema? The pundits of the day predicted that the VCR would be the death of the movie theater. Why pay $4 for a ticket and sit in a room that smells like stale popcorn and damp wool, they asked, when you can stay home and watch the same movie in your bathrobe? They forgot, of course, that part of the fun of the theater is the communal groan when the movie is bad and the shared gasp when the hero falls off the cliff. The VCR was a solitary pleasure. It was a way to withdraw from the world, to pull the curtains and disappear into a glowing tube. But as 1979 drew to a close, the VCR remained a luxury, a rich man's toy that was slowly trickling down to the masses. It was a harbinger of the digital age to come, a world where we would all have the power of Joshua to stop the sun, or at least to stop the evening news long enough to go to the bathroom. I walked out into the cool night air of December, looking at the blue, flickering lights in the windows of my neighbors. I knew that inside those houses, people were time-shifting. They were stealing minutes from the night to pay back the morning. They were trying to master the clock with a plastic box and a blinking 12 o'clock. It was a funny, futile, and thoroughly American endeavor. We were a nation that had run out of gas and lost its confidence, but by thunder, we were going to make sure we didn't miss a single minute of Three's company. And if the clock never told the right time, well, at least we knew it. Chapter 14. The Fast Food Escalation. It has been said that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, but by the year of our Lord 1979, the American corporation had discovered a much more profitable route. The way to a man's wallet is through his children's desire for a cheap plastic whistle and a lukewarm piece of ground mystery meat. In the simpler days of the Republic, eating was a stationary and somewhat solemn affair. A man sat at a table, used a fork that had been forged in a proper fire, and consumed food that had, at some point in its recent history, been recognizable as a plant or an animal. But as the 70s reached their frantic, grease-stained conclusion, the culinary art was replaced by food engineering, and the dining room was replaced by a wood-paneled station wagon idling in a cloud of its own exhaust. The birth of the cardboard bribe. In June of 1979, the high priests of the Golden Arches, men who understood the psychology of the human toddler better than any university professor, unleashed upon the world a device of such terrifying efficiency that it changed the landscape of the American family forever. They called it the Happy Meal. It was a stroke of genius that could only have been conceived in a year of national malaise. If the adults were depressed by inflation and gas lines, the children, at least, could be pacified by a cardboard box decorated with puzzles that no sane person could solve, and a toy that was guaranteed to break before the car reached the end of the driveway. I have studied the Happy Meal with the fascination of a naturalist observing a new and invasive species of toad. The box itself was a masterpiece of deception. It was bright, it was cheerful, and it promised happiness, a bold claim for a package containing a handful of salty potato slivers and a burger that possessed the structural integrity of a damp sponge. But the happiness was not in the food. The food was merely the necessary tax one paid to get to the toy. In 1979, the toy was often a McWrist wallet or a plastic spinning top. To a child, these items were more precious than the crown jewels of England. I recall witnessing a scene in a St. Louis suburb where a young lad of 5 years discovered that his box was missing its plastic ring. He let out a shriek of such profound existential agony that I thought the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse had finally arrived to claim the Midwest. His mother, a woman whose perm had been wilted by the humidity and the general state of the economy, turned the car around with a screech of tires that would have done a getaway driver proud. "We must have the ring, Sam," she told me, her eyes wild with the strain of 1,000 Malais speeches. "Without the ring, there is no peace. Without the ring, the station wagon becomes a chamber of horrors." The oracle of the squawk box. To obtain this cardboard salvation, One had to navigate the drive-through, a technological marvel that combined the American love for the automobile with the American distaste for walking 10 feet. The centerpiece of the drive-through was the squawk box, a metal pillar equipped with a microphone that appeared to have been salvaged from a sunken submarine. You would pull your car alongside this pillar and wait for a voice to emerge from the static. "Welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order?" The voice would crackle, sounding like a ghost trying to communicate through a radiator. The customer would then lean out of the window and shout his desires into the plastic grill. "I'll have 2 Big Macs, a large fry, and a Happy Meal for the boy." There would be a long silence, punctuated by the sound of distant frying and a rhythmic thumping that suggested someone was attempting to beat a rug in the background. Then the oracle would speak again. "Did you say 2 apple pies and a filet-o-fish?" "No, 2 Big Macs." "1 Big Mac and a chocolate shake. Please pull forward." By the time you reached the window, you were so grateful to see a human being that you would accept whatever they handed you, even if it was a bag of salt and a picture of a cow. You paid your $3, grabbed the grease-spotted bags, and began the mobile banquet, the chemistry of the mediocre. We must discuss the food itself, though food is perhaps too generous a term. By 1979, the fast food escalation had perfected the art of the processed cheese. This was a substance that had never seen a cow and would likely survive a nuclear winter alongside the cockroach and the leisure suit. It was a bright neon orange, and it possessed a melting point that suggested it was designed for use in the aerospace industry rather than the human gut. Then there was the special sauce, a concoction whose recipe was guarded with more secrecy than the blueprints for the hydrogen bomb. It was essentially mayonnaise that had gone to a disco and come home with a questionable tan. We didn't ask what was in it. We only knew that it possessed a salty, tangy authority that could make a piece of cardboard taste like a banquet, provided you didn't think about it too hard. The French fry was the crowning achievement of the era. It was a sliver of potato that had been bleached, frozen, and then resurrected in a vat of boiling oil until it achieved a state of golden perfection. In 1979, the fries were still fried in beef tallow, which meant they tasted like heaven, but were probably clogging our arteries with the speed and efficiency of a master plumber. We ate them by the bushel, dropping them into the crevices of our car seats where they would remain, perfectly preserved until the car was eventually sold for scrap in the year 2004. The Burger Wars, King versus Clown. The year was also marked by the Burger Wars, a conflict of such ferocity that it made the Iranian muddle look like a polite disagreement over a game of croquet. On one side, you had McDonald's, led by a plastic clown with a permanent grin and a set of striped sleeves that suggested he had recently escaped from a colorful prison. On the other, you had Burger King, whose monarch sat upon a throne of flame-broiled ambition and insisted that you could have it your way. This was the great philosophical divide of 1979. Did you want the cold, efficient consistency of the clown, where every burger was exactly like every other burger? Or did you want the individualism of the king, where you could ask for no pickles and wait 20 minutes for a teenager to figure out how to perform such a complex surgical procedure? The king's slogan, "Have it your way," was a direct appeal to the me decade, We were a people who wanted to be unique, even if our uniqueness was defined solely by the absence of an onion on a mass-produced patty. We wanted to feel like we were in charge of something, and if we couldn't control the price of gas by thunder, we were going to control the condiments on our lunch. The philosophy of the Golden Arches. I recall sitting in a Ronald McDonald play area, a place of primary colors and plastic hamburger jails, observing the populace. There is a profound equality in a fast food restaurant. The man in the three-piece suit eats the same salty fries as the man in the grease-stained overalls. The Malays disappeared for 20 minutes as we all bowed our heads over our paper wrappers in a collective act of caloric worship. It was the ultimate expression of the American dream, the democratization of the stomach. We had traded the slow food of our ancestors, the stews that simmered for days, the bread that required a strong arm and a patient soul, for the instant satisfaction of the assembly line. We were a nation on the move, and we didn't have time for a fork. We needed food that could be eaten with one hand while the other hand was busy shaking a fist at a gas station attendant. The Happy Meal was the final piece of the puzzle. It ensured that the next generation would be raised on a diet of salt, sugar, and the expectation that every meal should come with a prize. The legacy of the grease spot. As I look back on that year, I realized that the fast food escalation was more than just a change in our diet. It was a change in our character. We were becoming a people who valued speed over substance and packaging over quality. The Happy Meal box is the tombstone of the home-cooked dinner. It marks the moment when the American family decided that the dining room table was too small a stage for their ambitions, and that the front seat of the Chevy was the true heart of the home. I walked out of that McDonald's, the scent of beef tallow clinging to my coat like a greasy ghost, and I looked at the line of cars stretching out into the street. They were waiting for their boxes. They were waiting for their toys. They were waiting for their 20 minutes of salt-induced peace. It was funny, it was tragic, and it was undeniably American. We were a nation suffering from a crisis of confidence, but we were also a nation that had just figured out how to put a whole dinner in a cardboard box with a plastic whistle. And in the summer of 1979, that felt like progress. I just hope the boy got his ring, because in a world of falling space stations and rising inflation, a plastic ring is about the only thing you can count on to stay in one piece, at least until you try to put it on your finger. Chapter 15. The Inflation Dragon. There is a particular kind of ghost that haunts a man's pockets. Not a ghost that moans or rattles chains, but one that quietly nibbles away at the corners of his paycheck until there is nothing left but a faint green memory and a handful of copper-plated zinc. By the year of our Lord 1979, the American dollar, once the most arrogant and stable piece of paper in the history of commerce, had developed a terrifying condition. It was shrinking. It was not shrinking in physical size, mind you. It still fit quite comfortably in a leather wallet, but it was shrinking in its soul. I have seen many monsters in my time. I have seen the great Mississippi floods that swallowed whole towns, and I have seen politicians who could swallow a whole truth without blinking, but I have never seen a beast as relentless or as invisible as the inflation dragon. It was a creature that breathed fire not on the people, but on the numbers, causing them to dance upward with a rhythmic insanity that made the disco look like a funeral march. The dignity of the dollar. In the days of my youth, a dollar bill was a serious document. It possessed a certain moral weight. It was a promise signed by the Treasurer of the United States that if you presented this paper, you would receive something of equivalent value. A decent meal, a sturdy pair of boots, or perhaps a small plot of land in a territory that hadn't yet discovered the concept of taxes. A dollar was a man's word in printed form, but in 1979, the dollar had become a shin plaster of the highest order. It was a currency that suffered from a perpetual fever. You could put a $20 bill under your pillow on a Monday, and by Friday, it would have the purchasing power of a soggy $10 bill and a polite thank you. We were living in a time of 13% inflation, a statistic that sounds dry and academic until you realize it means the cost of living is rising faster than a scared cat up a telegraph pole. The grocery store haunted house. The most harrowing theater of this war was the local grocery store. Walking down the aisles in 1979 was an exercise in sticker shock, a psychological condition where the human brain refuses to accept the evidence of its own eyes. I recall a gentleman in Missouri who walked into a market to buy a dozen eggs. He picked up a carton, looked at the price stamped in purple ink, and let out a howl of such profound betrayal that the manager came running out from the back thinking a shelf had collapsed on a toddler. "Sir," the man cried, waving the eggs in the air, "last month these were 80 cents. Now they are $1.05. Have the chickens formed a union? Have they moved into luxury penthouses and demanded a dental plan? What in the name of Providence justifies this outrage?" "Inflation, sir," the manager replied with the weary tone of a man who had explained the end of the world 5 times that morning. "Inflation," the customer spat. "Inflation is a word for people who don't want to admit they are stealing from me in broad daylight. I remember when an egg was a humble thing. Now it is priced like a Fabergé original." This was the tragedy of 1979. Every man felt like a millionaire in his head, but a pauper at the checkout counter. We were swimming in paper, yet we couldn't afford to buy the ink to write a letter of complaint. The high priests of the Federal Reserve. To combat this dragon, the government summoned a man named Paul Volcker to lead the Federal Reserve. Now, Volcker was a man of immense stature. He stood 6'7" and smoked cigars that were roughly the size of a small child's arm. He looked like the sort of man who could stare down a charging rhinoceros without dropping his ash, and he decided that the only way to kill the inflation dragon was to starve it to death by raising interest rates. Now, raising interest rates is a bit like trying to cure a fever by putting the patient in a walk-in freezer. It stops the fever, certainly, but it also has a tendency to stop the patient's heart. By the end of the year, the prime rate was climbing toward 15%. If you wanted to buy a house, you had to be prepared to pay for it 3 times over, once to the builder and twice to the bank for the privilege of borrowing the money. It was a magnificent system designed to ensure that nobody could afford anything, thereby forcing the prices to go down out of sheer loneliness. "It's for your own good," the bankers told us. "We must break the back of the inflationary cycle." It is a curious thing to be told that your poverty is a form of national service. We were asked to be disciplined, which is a word the wealthy use when they want the poor to stop eating so much. We were told to save, which was a hilarious suggestion. considering that any money put in a savings account was being eaten by inflation faster than the bank could print the interest. The gold fever. As the dollar wilted, the American public developed a sudden and frantic devotion to a shiny yellow metal that has no practical use other than making a man look like a pirate or a Persian prince. Gold became the new religion. The price of an ounce of gold began to climb toward the heavens. People who hadn't given a thought to geology since the third grade were suddenly experts on the Krugerrand and the bullion market. I saw a man in San Francisco trade his perfectly functional automobile for a handful of gold coins. "Why would you do that, Silas?" I asked him. "You can't drive a gold coin to the grocery store." "Ah, Sam," he said, his eyes gleaming with a feverish light, "but the car loses value every time I turn the key. The gold is eternal. The dollar may fall, the president may resign, the space station may fall on Australia, but the gold will always be gold." "True," I replied, "but if the world ends, you'll find that a gold coin is a very poor substitute for a sandwich. You can't eat eternity, and it makes a terrible noise when you try to chew it." He didn't listen. Nobody listened. We were a nation of alchemists, trying to turn our dwindling paper into something that wouldn't evaporate in the sun. The vanishing middle class. The inflation dragon was particularly fond of devouring the middle class. That group of citizens who worked 40 hours a week, paid their taxes, and harbored the delusional belief that they would someday retire to a life of leisure. In 1979, the cost of living adjustment, COLA, became the most important phrase in the English language. It was a race between the paycheck and the price tag. If your boss gave you a 10% raise, you were considered a success until you realized that the price of milk had gone up 12%, the price of gas had gone up 20%, and the price of a decent suit had gone into orbit. You were running as fast as you could just to stay in the same place. It was the Red Queen's race from Alice in Wonderland, only instead of a Red Queen, we had a president in a cardigan telling us to turn down the heat. The psychology of the price tag. There is a psychological toll to inflation that the economists never discuss. It creates a sense of profound instability. It makes a man feel as though the ground beneath his feet is made of shifting sand. If the price of a loaf of bread can double in a year, what else can happen? Will the law of gravity increase by 10%? Will the 10 Commandments be reduced to 8 to save on stone? We began to lose our respect for the value of things. If nothing stayed the same price, then nothing had an inherent worth. Everything was temporary. We became a nation of bargain hunters scurrying through the aisles like frantic mice looking for the yellow tag or the sale price. We bought things we didn't need just because they were at last year's price. I knew a woman who bought 40 cases of canned peaches in 1979. "Do you even like peaches, Martha?" I asked. "Not particularly," she said, "but they'll be $3 a can by Christmas. I'm sitting on a fortune in syrup, Sam. I'm a peach mogul." As the decade drew to a close, the inflation dragon showed no signs of slowing down. It had become a part of the atmosphere, as much a part of 1979 as the Bee Gees or the Iranian students. We had learned to live with the dwindling dollar. We had learned to laugh at the absurdity of a $5 hamburger and a $10 haircut. But the laughter was a bit hollow. We knew that we were being robbed of our future one penny at a time. We were a nation that had conquered the atom and the moon, yet we were being defeated by the simple addition and subtraction of the marketplace. I walked down to the docks that evening and watched the sun set over the water. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a single, crumpled dollar bill. I looked at the face of George Washington. He looked stern, he looked dignified, and he looked, if I'm being honest, a little bit embarrassed. "Don't worry, George," I whispered. "It's not your fault. It's just 1979. We've all lost our value this year." I tucked the dollar back into my pocket, knowing that by the time I walked back to my hotel, it would probably only be worth 98 cents. But I didn't care. I was going to spend it on a drink before the price of ice went up again. Because in the year of the dragon, the only sensible thing to do is to consume your assets before they consume you. Chapter 16. The Empire Strikes Eventually. It has long been a characteristic of the human race that when it finds its own world to be a damp, drafty, and expensive place to live, it immediately turns its eyes to the stars and begins to imagine that things are much better on a planet with 3 moons and a purple sky. By the year of our Lord 1979, the American populace, having been thoroughly defeated by the price of eggs, the length of the gas line, and the persistent static of their own polyester trousers, decided to collectively emigrate to a galaxy far, far away. We were a nation in the grip of a space fever so potent that it made the California gold rush look like a quiet afternoon at a library. We had spent the last 2 years waiting for the return of a young man named Skywalker, a fellow who appeared to be suffering from a severe case of farm boy angst, but possessed the remarkable ability to blow up a planet-sized spherical weapon with the help of a ghost and a computer he had recently switched off. The Intergalactic Waiting Room. In 1979, the sequel had not yet become the relentless, soul-crushing machine it is today. Back then, if you liked a movie, you didn't expect to see the next installment 10 minutes later. You expected to wait 3 years, during which time you were required to purchase several $100s worth of plastic artifacts to prove your devotion. The year 1979 was the great intergalactic waiting room. The first Star Wars had been a revelation, a magnificent piece of celluloid claptrap that had convinced every child in the Republic that they too could move a bowl of oatmeal across the table using nothing but the power of their mind and a squinty expression. We were all waiting for empire, a state of being that was characterized by a frantic search for any scrap of information regarding the romantic prospects of a walking carpet, Chewbacca, and the paternity of the aforementioned Skywalker. I recall sitting in a park in Philadelphia observing a group of grown men who likely had mortgages, dental plans, and legitimate grievances against the IRS, standing in a circle and debating the physics of a lightsaber. "It's a contained plasma beam, Arthur," one shouted, waving a plastic tube with a fervor that would have been better directed toward his lawn. "It doesn't have a weight, but it has a gyroscopic pull. That's why he swings it like an axe." "It's a flashlight that bites, you fool," the other replied. To see the dignity of the American male reduced to a dispute over the internal mechanics of a fictional torch is to understand the true power of escapism. We couldn't figure out how to make a VCR tell the right time, but we were absolutely certain we knew how a laser sword worked. The religion of the bathrobe. This was the year that the Force became the unofficial religion of the suburbs. It was a magnificent theological innovation, a vague, all-encompassing energy that bound the universe together and, more importantly, allowed the hero to win a fight without having to aim his weapon. I have seen many a religion founded on less than the 3-minute speech delivered by an elderly gentleman in a bathrobe, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and 1979 was the year the sermon took hold. People began to speak of the Force as if it were a legitimate substitute for the law of gravity or a functioning electrical grid. I once heard a woman tell a grocery clerk that she was using the Force to find a ripe cantaloupe. "Madam," I remarked, "unless that cantaloupe is currently harboring a rebel spy or a small thermal exhaust port, I suspect you would have better luck using your nose." She looked at me with the pitying gaze of the enlightened. "You have a very dark-side energy about you, Sam," she said. "You should try meditation and maybe wear more earth tones." I walked away, realizing that in 1979, the dark side wasn't a philosophical concept. It was just a word for anyone who still believed that facts were more important than feelings. The great plastic swindle. We must discuss the action figure. In the simpler days of my youth, a toy was a thing of wood or lead, a soldier, a horse, or perhaps a hoop that you rolled down a hill if you were feeling particularly adventurous. But by 1979, the toy had been replaced by the licensed property. The company responsible for this, Kenner, had committed the most magnificent swindle in the history of retail. During the previous Christmas, they had sold early bird certificates, which was essentially a cardboard box containing a piece of paper that said, "We don't have any toys right now, but if you give us your money, we might send you a plastic man in 4 months." And the American public bought it. We paid for the promise of a toy. By 1979, every child's bedroom was a shrine to these 3 3/4-inch tall plastic deities. You had to have the Skywalker, you had to have the princess, and you absolutely had to have the gold-plated robot, C-3PO, who spent most of the movie complaining about his joints. I once visited a home where the father had built a display case for his son's collection. He had organized them by rank, by planet of origin, and by whether or not they still possessed their original plastic blasters, tiny pieces of black grit that were usually swallowed by the vacuum cleaner within 20 minutes of being removed from the package. "It's an investment, Sam," the father told me, his eyes wide with the fever of the collector. "In 20 years, these will be worth a fortune. This Boba Fett alone is going to pay for the boy's college." I looked at the tiny, molded bounty hunter with the painted-on dent in his helmet. "My friend," I said, "if the future of our civilization depends on the resale value of a plastic man who can't even sit down in a chair without snapping his legs off, then I suspect the Empire has already won." Star Trek, the motionless picture. While the Star Wars fans were waiting for their sequel, the Trekkies, a breed of human characterized by an encyclopedic knowledge of fictional ship registries and a tendency to wear pointed ears in public, were treated to their own long-awaited miracle, Star Trek, the motion picture. Now, I have seen many films that moved slowly. I once watched a documentary on the life cycle of a particularly lethargic lichen that had more pacing. but Star Trek in 1979 was a triumph of the linger. The movie consisted of approximately 2 hours of Admiral Kirk and Mr. Spock staring at a very large, very colorful cloud, while the music played with the intensity of 1,000 orchestras. The fans didn't care. They were so happy to see their heroes in pajamas again that they sat in the theaters in a state of catatonic bliss. They didn't mind that the plot was essentially a space cloud looking for its father. They were just glad it wasn't about the energy crisis. It was a disco version of the future. The uniforms were made of a synthetic velour that appeared to be highly flammable, and the special effects were so shiny they made the mirror ball at the roller rink look like a lump of coal. It was a future where everyone was very clean, very logical, and very, very bored. The horror in the stars, Alien. Lest we think that space was all about magic monks and colorful clouds, 1979 also gave us Alien. This was a movie that reminded us that if we ever did manage to get off this rock and find a new planet, we would likely find something there that wanted to use our rib cage as a nursery. It was the ultimate biting comment on the space race. We spent billions of dollars to reach the stars, only to discover that the stars are home to a 12-foot-tall nightmare with acid for blood and a secondary mouth that functions like a jack-in-the-box from hell. I recall the reaction of the public. They went into the theater expecting a fun adventure and came out clutching their stomachs and looking suspiciously at their own dinner rolls. It was a movie that suggested that the universe was not a force for good, but a very large, very dark basement where we were the only ones who had forgotten to bring a flashlight. The philosophy of the void. Why were we so obsessed with the heavens in 1979? I believe it was because the Earth had become too small. We knew every inch of it, and every inch of it was currently being taxed, regulated, or held hostage. We looked at the final frontier and saw a place where a man could still be a hero, where a princess could lead a revolution, and where a robot could be your best friend. We were a nation that had lost its narrative. The Western was dead. Nobody wanted to watch a man on a horse anymore, not when you could have a man in a starfighter. The detective was tired. Nobody wanted to solve a murder in a dark alley when you could solve a mystery in a nebula. We had traded our history for a mythology. We had traded the spirit of 76 for the spirit of 79, which was essentially the same thing, only with more lasers and fewer wigs. As the year drew to a close and the trailers for The Empire Strikes Back began to appear on the television, a hush fell over the Republic. We were ready for the next chapter. We were ready to see the Empire strike back, because deep down we felt like the Empire had been striking us for the last 10 years, and we wanted to see if the kid from the farm could finally land a punch. I walked home under the cold, clear December stars. I looked up at the Milky Way, and I didn't see a collection of burning gas and infinite silence. I saw a place where a man could get a decent gas mileage on a Millennium Falcon, and where the Malays was something you could outrun in hyperspace. It was a magnificent delusion, and I wouldn't have traded it for all the realism in the world. Because in 1979, realism was a very poor companion, and a plastic Boba Fett was a much better friend, at least until you stepped on him in the dark. Chapter 17. The Trivialization of Knowledge. It has been my long-held suspicion that the human brain is very much like a small attic apartment in a respectable part of town. It has a strictly limited amount of floor space, and for every new piece of furniture you drag up the stairs, you are forced to throw something else out the window. In the old days, a man's mental attic was stocked with sturdy, useful things. The multiplication tables, a few stanzas of heroic verse, the ability to tell a poisonous mushroom from a breakfast mushroom, and perhaps a working knowledge of how to fix a leaky roof. But by the year of our Lord 1979, the American public had decided to clear out the sturdy oak of wisdom and replace it with a mountain of neon-colored plastic information. We had entered the era of the trivialization of knowledge, a time when we collectively decided that knowing the middle name of a television detective was a more vital pursuit than understanding the fundamental laws of thermodynamics or the basic principles of human decency. The self-help racket. The first symptom of this mental rot was the explosion of the self-help book. Now, I have always maintained that if a man cannot help himself, it is unlikely that a 200-page volume written by a fellow in a turtleneck with a suspiciously white set of teeth is going to do the job for him. In 1979, however, we were a nation convinced that we were broken and that our salvation could be purchased for $9.95 at any airport newsstand. We were treated to titles like Looking Out for Number One and I'm Okay, You're Okay. This was the ultimate sharp edge of the decade. We had moved from a culture of service to a culture of self-actualization. We were no longer interested in being our brother's keeper. We were far too busy being our own life coaches. I recall visiting a lady in Connecticut who had a shelf filled with these volumes. She sat in a chair made of clear plastics, which gave her the appearance of floating in a bubble of her own ego, and explained to me that she was finding her truth. "Sam," she said, clutching a copy of The Road Less Traveled, "I've realized that my primary responsibility is to my own happiness. If I'm not happy, I can't radiate positivity to the world." "Madam," I replied, "if you are truly radiating positivity, you might want to consult a physician. In my experience, that is usually a sign of a mild fever or a faulty radiator. Perhaps if you spent less time finding yourself and more time losing yourself in a useful chore, you wouldn't be so worried about your aura." She looked at me as if I were a particularly unrefined piece of coal. But that was the spirit of '79. We were a nation of explorers, but instead of crossing the plains or sailing the seas, we were wandering around the dark, dusty hallways of our own psyches, looking for a new me that was usually just the old me with a more expensive haircut and a sense of entitlement. The discovery of the inner child. It was during this year that science, or at least the variety of science that appears on morning talk shows, discovered the inner child. This was a fascinating psychological invention. It allowed a grown man, a man who perhaps managed a factory or commanded a regiment, to blame his current penchant for screaming at waiters on a neglected 5-year-old living somewhere near his spleen. Suddenly, nobody was rude or lazy anymore. We were simply processing childhood trauma. We were encouraged to parent ourselves, which is a bit like asking a fox to guard the hen house while also being the hen. I saw a man in a New York cafe burst into tears because the waitress had brought him wheat toast instead of white. "It's not the toast, Sam," he wailed, his leisure suit crinkling with every sob. It's that my father never acknowledged my drawings in the second grade. This toast is a metaphor for my invisibility. My friend, I said, this toast is a metaphor for a busy kitchen. If your inner child is so upset about the bread, perhaps you should give him a nap and let your outer adult handle the breakfast order. The trivia obsession. While half the nation was busy exploring their navels, the other half was busy memorizing the most useless facts ever conceived by the mind of man. This was the year that trivia moved from being a way to pass the time in a tavern to being a national sport. We were becoming a people who knew the what of everything but the why of nothing. I speak of the precursors to the great Trivial Pursuit era. We were obsessed with Guinness World Records, a book that informed us of the identity of the man with the longest fingernails and the woman who had spent the most time buried alive in a coffin with 600 scorpions. These were the facts we craved. We didn't care about the causes of the French Revolution, but we could tell you to the inch the height of the world's tallest stack of pancakes. I recall a dinner party where the conversation, which in my youth would have concerned the merits of the gold standard or the prospects of the cotton crop, was entirely dominated by a debate over the name of the dog in The Wizard of Oz. "It's Toto, you idiot!" shouted a man who was allegedly an associate professor of history, and he was a Cairn Terrier. I read it in a magazine at the dentist's office. "You see," I remarked to my neighbor, a quiet man who looked like he missed the 19th century as much as I did. "This is the new American intellect. We have replaced the great books with the back of the cereal box. We are a nation of geniuses when it comes to the irrelevant, and infants when it comes to the essential." The rise of the expert. Because we were so busy memorizing the names of pop stars and parenting our inner children, we no longer had the time to form our own opinions. Therefore, 1979 became the year of the expert. If you wanted to know what to eat, you didn't consult your stomach, you consulted a nutritionist. If you wanted to know how to talk to your wife, you didn't consult your heart, you consulted a relationship specialist. We had an expert for everything, from how to organize your closet to how to breathe properly during a crisis. The expert was a creature of great authority and even greater bills. They spoke in a language called bureau speak, a dialect where "I don't know" becomes "the data is currently inconclusive within the current paradigmatic framework." I once saw an expert on leisure deliver a lecture on how to enjoy a vacation. He had charts, he had graphs, he had a slide projector that showed pictures of people relaxing at a beach while he explained the optimal relaxation index. "Sir," I asked from the back of the room, "if a man needs a graph to tell him he's having a good time, isn't he already beyond help? Whatever happened to just sitting under a tree and letting the world go by?" "That is unstructured leisure, Mr. Twain," he said with a condescending smile. "It leads to existential drift. Our goal is quantifiable rejuvenation." I left the room, realizing that we had managed to turn fun into a metric. We were no longer living our lives. We were managing them. The cluttered mind. By the end of 1979, the American mind was a truly remarkable sight. It was a chaotic junk shop filled with the lyrics to every song by The Knack, the 3 Steps to Self-Esteem, the telephone number of a local energy auditor, the name of the actor who played the captain on the Love Boat, the lingering guilt of a 5-year-old who didn't get enough stickers in kindergarten. We were informed, but we weren't educated. We were self-aware, but we weren't self-reliant. We had traded the depth of the ocean for the breadth of a puddle, and we were very proud of how shiny the water looked in the sun. As I walked home that night, I thought about that mental attic. I thought about the wise men of the past, men like Franklin and Jefferson, who probably didn't know the name of a single disco star but knew how to build a country from scratch. I wondered what they would think of a nation that was currently having a crisis of confidence because it couldn't decide whether it was okay or not. I reached into my pocket and found a small, crumpled piece of paper, a trivia fact I had accidentally memorized earlier that day. It told me that the average person swallows 8 spiders in their sleep during their lifetime. I looked at the paper, then at the moon, and then I did the only sensible thing. I tore the paper into tiny pieces and let the wind carry them away. I decided then and there that I would rather be ignorant of the spiders and keep the floor space for something better, like the memory of a good cigar or the way the river looks at dawn. Because in 1979, knowledge wasn't power. It was just clutter. And a man with a cluttered mind is a man who can be sold anything, from a Happy Meal to a new you, as long as you put it in a bright box and tell him it's the truth. Chapter 18. The Sony Betamax versus VHS, the War of the Formats. It is a grand and glorious thing to witness the American competitive spirit in full bloom, particularly when that spirit is directed toward a struggle so utterly devoid of consequence that it makes a dispute over the ownership of a stray cat look like a session of the Continental Congress. By the year of our Lord 1979, the nation had successfully navigated the perils of the atomic age and the indignities of the leisure suit, only to find itself embroiled in a civil war of magnetic tape. We were a people divided into 2 warring camps, not by religion or politics, but by the size of the plastic brick we chose to shove into our television sets. It was the Great Format War, a struggle between the Sony Betamax, a device of refined Japanese precision, and the VHS, a clunky, sprawling alternative that possessed all the aesthetic charm of a cinder block, but the endurance of a marathon runner. The aristocrat of the attic, the Betamax. To understand the Betamax, one must understand the soul of the Sony Corporation. They were the aristocrats of the electronics world. They believed that if a thing was worth doing, it was worth doing with a level of technical excellence that would make a common consumer feel slightly ashamed of his own lack of education. The Betamax tape was a beautiful thing. It was compact, it was sturdy, and the picture it produced was so crisp that you could almost see the regret in the eyes of the actors performing in the mediocre sitcoms we were recording. It was the Rolls-Royce of the living room. It was designed for the man who appreciated the finer things, the man who wanted his time-shifted news to look exactly like the live news, even if the news itself was nothing but a record of national despair. Sony's mistake, however, was a classic one. They assumed that the American public valued quality over convenience. They assumed that a man would rather have 1 hour of perfect television than 4 hours of grainy, flickering nonsense. I have spent a great deal of time observing my fellow countrymen, And if there is one thing I know for certain, it is this: an American will always choose the 5-gallon bucket of lukewarm swill over the single glass of fine champagne, provided the bucket allows him to sit in his chair for 3 hours longer without having to move his legs. The clumsy challenger, the VHS. Enter the VHS, Video Home System. If the Betamax was a thoroughbred horse, the VHS was a mule, sturdy, unappealing to the eye, and possessed of a stubborn refusal to die. The tapes were larger, the machines were noisier, and the picture quality looked as though the entire program had been filmed through a light dusting of flour. But the VHS had a secret weapon, a tactical advantage that Sony had overlooked in their pursuit of optical perfection: length. In 1979, the average Betamax tape could record for exactly 60 minutes. This was a magnificent achievement for a man who wanted to record a 1-hour documentary on the life cycle of the salmon. But it was a catastrophic failure for the man who wanted to record a football game. There is no fury on God's green earth like that of a man who has sat through 3 hours of a sporting contest only to have his tape run out exactly 30 seconds before the game-winning touchdown is scored. I once saw a gentleman in Cincinnati attempt to rewire his Betamax with a pair of knitting needles and a heart full of rage because his machine had clicked off just as the quarterback dropped back to pass. "It's a masterpiece of engineering, Sam," he shouted, gesturing at the silent, expensive box. "It's got a picture like a diamond, and it's just missed the only thing I've cared about all week. I don't want a diamond. I want to know if we won the game." The great consumer muddle. The result was a state of profound confusion in the marketplace. To buy a VCR in 1979 was to play a high-stakes game of betting on the future. If you bought a Betamax, you were betting on the best. If you bought a VHS, you were betting on the most. The salesmen in the electronics stores, men who wore ties that were too wide and smiles that were too thin, spent their days explaining the technical specifications to a public that just wanted to know if the machine could record the Love Boat while they were out at the bowling alley. "You see, sir," the salesman would say, tapping a Sony unit with his pen, "the head-to-tape speed of the beta format ensures a superior signal-to-noise ratio. It is the professional's choice." "That's nice, Leonard," the customer would reply, "but can I fit the Sunday night movie on it? My wife wants to see the one where the shark eats the helicopter, and she says it's 2.5 hours long." "Well, no. You'd have to change the tape in the middle." "Change the tape? In the middle of the shark attack? Leonard, do I look like a man who wants to engage in manual labor during my leisure hours? Give me the big, ugly one that runs for 4 hours. This was the market force that Sony hadn't accounted for, the profound, immovable laziness of the human race. We are a species that will tolerate almost any level of mediocrity if it means we don't have to get up from the sofa. The porno factor. We must also discuss, with the proper amount of Victorian discretion and astute observation, the role of the adult film in the great format war. While the high-minded executives at Sony were busy talking about signal-to-noise ratios, the darker corners of the industry were making a much more practical calculation. The producers of illicit cinema, those films that were never intended for the eyes of a Sunday school teacher, quickly realized that the VHS format was their best friend. Why? Because a VHS tape was cheap to produce, easy to distribute, and, most importantly, The VHS companies didn't care about their prestige. Sony, being a company that valued its dignity, was less than enthusiastic about having its magnificent Betamax technology used for the recording of The Lusty Chambermaid's Revenge. Consequently, if a man went into a specialty shop in 1979 looking for a bit of cinematic smut, he found it on VHS. And as history has shown, the underbelly of human desire is often a much more powerful driver of technology than the overbelly of scientific progress. The VHS became the standard, not because it was better, but because it was willing to get its hands dirty. The death of the better idea. By the end of 1979, the writing was on the wall, or rather, the static was on the screen. The VHS was winning. It had more support, it had more software, it had more length. Sony attempted to strike back by introducing Beta 2 and Beta 3, modes that allowed for longer recording times at the cost of the very picture quality they had spent years perfecting. It was a humiliating surrender. They were turning their Rolls-Royce into a mule just to keep up with the competition. It is a melancholy thing to see a better idea defeated by a loud idea. It happens in politics, it happens in literature, and in 1979 it happened in the electronics department of every Sears and Roebuck in the country. We were witnessing the birth of the standard, that peculiar phenomenon where the world agrees to use the second best thing because it's the thing everyone else is using. The moral of the magnetic ribbon. What can we conclude from this war of the formats? I believe it confirms my theory that man is not a logical animal, but a relational one. We don't want the best. We want the thing that our neighbor has, so we can borrow his tapes. We want the thing that requires the least amount of effort. We want the bucket over the glass. The Betamax became a ghost, a high-tech relic found in the homes of people who knew better but couldn't find anything to watch. The VHS became the king of the decade, a clunky plastic monarch that would rule our living rooms until it was eventually decapitated by the DVD, a device that offered both quality and convenience, thereby proving that miracles do occasionally happen, provided you wait 20 years. I walked home that evening, passing a dumpster where someone had already discarded a first-generation VCR. It was a massive thing, weighing as much as a small anvil, and its blinking 12 o'clock was still pulsating in the dark like a heartbeat from the future. "Don't worry, little box," I whispered. "You may be obsolete, but you've taught us a valuable lesson. We've learned that in America, the winner isn't the one who tells the truth most clearly. It's the one who talks the longest without taking a breath." And in 1979, the VHS had the biggest lungs in the world. Chapter 19. The Apocalypse of the 8-track. It is a melancholy law of our existence that every great innovation, no matter how much it is hailed as the pinnacle of human achievement, is eventually destined to end up in a cardboard box at a garage sale, priced at a nickel, and still failing to find a buyer. We are a race that falls in love with the new, with the passion of a schoolboy, only to discard it 10 years later with the cold indifference of a hangman. By the year of our Lord 1979, the American public was preparing to conduct a funeral service for a device that had, for a decade, been the very pulse of the open road. I speak of the 8-track tape. The architecture of the brick. To look upon an 8-track cartridge in 1979 was to look upon a relic of a more substantial age. It was not a dainty thing. It possessed the weight and dimensions of a small paving stone, and it was encased in a plastic shell that felt as though it could survive a tumble down a rocky canyon, which, given the temperament of the machines that played them, was a necessary design feature. In the simpler days of the mid-'60s, the 8-track was a miracle. It was the first time a man could take his music into his automobile without having to worry about a phonograph needle skipping across a record every time he hit a pebble. It promised an endless loop of sound. It was a closed system, a magnetic circle that traveled around and around, much like a politician's argument, never reaching a conclusion and always returning to where it began. But by 1979, the miracle had become a nuisance. The 8-track was a technological leviathan that had been outmaneuvered by the smaller, sleeker, and far more polite cassette tape. It was the steam engine of music, wheezing and clanking its way toward the scrapyard while the internal combustion of the cassette sped past it on the shoulder. The sacrament of the click. The defining characteristic of the 8-track, the thing that will be remembered by every man who ever tried to woo a lady while driving a Chevy Impala, was the click. Because the tape was divided into 4 programs, the machine had to physically move the playback head up or down to find the next set of tracks. This happened automatically, usually at the exact moment when the music had reached its most delicate and emotional peak. Imagine, if you will, a grand orchestral crescendo, a soaring violin solo that is meant to represent the very heights of human longing. The listener is enthralled. He is transported. He is on the verge of a spiritual epiphany. And then, clack-chunk, the music vanishes. There is a 2-second silence that feels like an eternity. Then the music returns, often in the middle of a different note, while the machine lets out a low mechanical growl of satisfaction. It was the ultimate musical coitus interruptus. It was as if the ghost of a disgruntled stagehand were lurking inside your dashboard, waiting for the most inconvenient moment to pull the curtain and demand a sandwich break. I recall a gentleman in Alabama who was so haunted by the click that he attempted to time his own singing to match the machine's mechanical rhythm. "You see, Sam," he explained, "if I know the click is coming at the end of Bridge Over Troubled Water, I just hold my breath and wait for the chunk." It's all about the synchronization. You have to treat the machine like a temperamental mule. You don't fight it, you just learn when it's going to kick. The mystery of the matchbook shim. There was another mechanical ailment that plagued the 8-track, one that required the intervention of a uniquely American brand of backyard engineering. Over time, the internal rollers of the cartridge would become weary, causing the tape to drift upward or downward. The result was a sound known as cross-talk, where you would hear the song you wanted in your left ear and a ghostly, faint version of a completely different song in your right ear. To solve this, we did not consult a manual. We did not take the machine to a professional. No, we reached for a matchbook. By folding a cardboard matchbook and wedging it into the narrow gap between the tape and the player, one could provide just enough shim to force the tape back into alignment. In 1979, every car in America was equipped with this sophisticated repair kit. If you looked into the dashboard of a Ford Thunderbird, you would see the glowing dials of the radio, the wood-grain plastic of the trim, and a crumpled advertisement for a local steakhouse shoved into the tape deck. It was a magnificent symbol of our malaise. We were a nation that had built a space station, yet we were currently using pieces of discarded trash to ensure that our music didn't sound like a choir of cats in a wind tunnel. The spaghetti of despair. But the true apocalypse occurred when the machine decided it was no longer interested in playing the music and was instead interested in consuming it. The 8-track was an open-loop system, which meant that if the tension was lost, the magnetic tape would begin to spill out of the cartridge like a brown, shiny intestinal tract. It would wrap itself around the capstan. It would tangle itself in the gears. It would emerge from the slot in great looping piles of magnetic spaghetti. There is no sight more tragic than a man standing on the shoulder of a highway, holding a blackened, mangled ribbon of tape that used to be his favorite Fleetwood Mac album. He tries to wind it back in. He uses a pencil. He uses a fingernail. He uses words that would make a sailor blush. But it is futile. Once the 8-track has vomited, it can never truly be made whole again. It remains a crumpled, crinkled mess, forever cursed with a hiss that sounds like a pit of angry vipers. The rise of the compact rival. While the 8-track was busy tangling itself in our dashboards, the cassette was making its move. The cassette was a small, modest thing. It didn't click. It didn't require a matchbook. It had a B-side, which gave the listener a sense of participation. You had to physically turn it over, an act that made you feel like you were part of the creative process. By 1979, the cassette had gained the high ground. It had the Walkman, as we discussed in Chapter 5, and it had the high-fidelity home deck. The 8-track was relegated to the truck stop and the bargain bin. It became the music of the long-haul driver and the man who refused to believe that the 60s were over. I saw a heap of 8-tracks at a flea market in St. Joseph that summer. They were piled high in a plastic tub, hundreds of them, their labels peeling, their plastic shells cracked. There was Elvis, there was ABBA, there was John Denver. "How much for the lot?" I asked the vendor, a man who looked like he had been built out of old inner tubes and tobacco juice. $5 for the tub," he said, not even looking up from his newspaper. "And if you take 'em all, I'll give you $1 back just for hauling 'em away. They're taking up space where I could be putting something useful, like rusty nails or broken clocks." The philosophy of the fading format. What can we learn from the death of the 8-track? I believe it reminds us that we are a people who value smoothness above all else. We couldn't forgive the click. We couldn't forgive the chunk. We wanted our lives to be a seamless, uninterrupted flow of easy listening, and we were willing to sacrifice the substantial for the convenient. The 8-track was an honest machine. It let you know it was working. It let you know when it was changing gears. It was a physical, mechanical presence in the room. The cassette and the digital nothingness that would eventually follow it was a ghost. As the sun set on the final months of 1979, the click was heard less and less. The matchbooks were returned to their proper use of lighting cigars, and the magnetic spaghetti was swept into the gutters of history. The 8-track apocalypse was a quiet one, a slow fading of the signal until all that remained was the hiss. I sat in my room that night, listening to a local radio station playing the top hits of the decade. I thought of all those plastic bricks lying in the dark of a million closets. They held our memories, they held our songs, and they held a great deal of our frustration. But they were gone, and as I watched the final click of the decade approach, I realized that we're all just 8 tracks in the end. We play our song, we suffer our interruptions, and eventually the machine just stops and refuses to give us back our tape. The only thing you can do is hope you left behind a good melody before the chunk takes over for good. And maybe, if you're lucky, someone will still have a matchbook handy to keep you in alignment for one last chorus. Chapter 20. Ringing in the Unknown. There is a peculiar superstition among the human race that the mere ticking of a second hand over a Roman numeral can somehow cleanse the soul of a decade's worth of accumulated idiocy. We treat the new year as if it were a cosmic dry cleaner, as if by simply tearing a page off a calendar we can wash out the stains of the gas lines, the stench of the special sauce, and the static electricity of a million polyester trousers. By the final hours of December 31st, 1979, the American Republic was not merely celebrating the arrival of a new decade. It was frantically trying to climb out of the old one, much like a man trying to escape a burning upholstery shop while wearing a suit made of grade A petroleum. We stood on the precipice of the 80s, looking back at the wreckage of the 70s with the dazed, weary expression of a survivor who has just been informed that the rescue boat is also leaking. The final tally of the follies. Before we could ring in the unknown, we were forced to settle the bill for the known, and what a bill it was. We looked into the mirror of 1979 and saw a nation that had successfully spent billions of dollars to put a house in space only to have it fall on a sheep farm in Australia, devised a way to make music play in a continuous clicking loop only to decide we preferred it in a tiny plastic box that made us look like we were wearing orange earmuffs. Convinced ourselves that a malaise was a spiritual condition rather than the natural result of eating processed cheese and sitting in a car for 4 hours to buy $3 of fuel. I recall sitting in a parlor in Hartford observing a group of revelers who were attempting to celebrate the new year with a disco-themed gala. It was a somber affair. The mirror ball was spinning, but the lights seemed to be flickering with a certain exhaustion. The people were dancing, but they were doing so with the grim determination of soldiers marching into a headwind. "Is it over, Sam?" a woman asked me, her hair a magnificent gravity-defying cloud of far waves. "Is the decade finally dead? Can I go back to wearing cotton without feeling like a failure?" "Madam," I replied, "the decade is dying, but the polyester is eternal. It will outlive us all. You may change your calendar, but the burnt orange of your living room will remain until the sun grows cold. My advice is to stop looking for a miracle and start looking for a comfortable chair that doesn't hum when you sit in it." The shadow of the embassy. However, even as the champagne corks were prepared for their flight, a heavy, dark cloud hung over the festivities. In Tehran, 52 Americans were spending their 58th night in captivity. It was the great, uninvited guest at the New Year's party. For the first time in our history, we were a superpower that couldn't even finish its own countdown without checking the evening news to see if we were still being humiliated. The Iranian muddle had turned the American spirit into a taut, vibrating wire. We wanted to be great again, but we weren't quite sure if we remembered where we had left our greatness, likely in the back of a closet, buried under a pile of 8-track tapes and Happy Meal toys. The President, Mr. Jimmy Carter, spent the night in the White House, looking out at the darkened lawn and perhaps wondering if a different color of cardigan might have solved the problem. He was a man of the 70s, earnest, complicated, and prone to telling people things they didn't want to hear. And standing in the wings, waiting for the curtain to rise on 1980, was a man from the movies, a fellow who promised us that the malaise was just a bad dream and that we could all be heroes if we just put on a cowboy hat and stopped worrying about the price of eggs. The prophecy of the silicon chip. As the ball began its slow, majestic descent in Times Square, there was a quiet, high-pitched beep echoing from the laboratories and the hobby shops of the nation. It was the sound of the computer. In 1979, the computer was still a mysterious beast, a thing of green screens and clicking of floppy disks that lived on a desk and told you that you had syntax error whenever you tried to ask it a question. We were told that the 80s would be the information age. Sam, a young man with a pocket protector, told me as he clutched a glass of ginger ale. Soon, every home will be connected. We will communicate through wires. We will store our entire lives on magnetic disks. There will be no more paper, no more filing cabinets, total efficiency. Young man, I said, I have heard that promise before. They told me the VCR would give me back my time, and all it gave me was a blinking 12 o'clock. They told me the 8-track was the future of music, and all it gave me was magnetic spaghetti. I suspect your information age will simply be a faster way to be confused by things that don't matter. He looked at me with the pitying gaze of the technophile, but I stood my ground. A man who has seen the transition from the steamboat to the leisure suit knows that progress is often just a fancy word for finding a more expensive way to be annoyed. The midnight transition. Then came the final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The crowd in New York roared with a desperation that was almost religious. They were shouting away the inflation. They were shouting away the 3 Mile Island. They were shouting away the memory of the disco demolition. 7, 6, 5. Across the nation, people clinked glasses filled with light beer, that magnificent beverage that allowed you to drink twice as much while feeling only half as satisfied. 4, 3, 2. The decade of the 70s, that long, strange, hazy sprawl of avocado green appliances and self-actualization, flickered once, like a dying neon sign, and then went dark. 1. And suddenly, it was 1980. We expected a thunderclap. We expected the world to suddenly turn into a crisp, clean, high-definition version of reality. But as the Auld Lang Syne began to play, likely on a cassette tape that was already starting to hiss, we realized that the air still smelled like the 1970s. The station wagons were still idling in the driveways. The gas was still expensive, and the burnt orange shag carpet was still there, stubbornly refusing to turn into anything else. We had rung in the unknown, but the unknown looked suspiciously like the known, only with more hairspray and a faster tempo. We were moving into a decade of greed, a decade of neon, and a decade where we would eventually decide that the best way to handle our malaise was to simply buy a larger television and stop thinking about it. I walked out onto the balcony and looked at the stars, those same stars that had watched Skylab fall and had seen the Force become a religion. They looked remarkably indifferent to our calendar. They didn't care about the prime rate, the hostage crisis, or the format of our videotapes. "Well," I whispered to the cold January wind, "we survived it. We survived the decade of the polyester plague. We've been through the fire, and we've come out on the other side, somewhat singed and definitely itchy. We had stolen time with our VCRs, we had run for our lives in our Nikes, and we had tried to solve the world with a plastic cube. It was a decade of high comedy and low dignity, a time when we were at our most foolish and, perhaps, our most human." As I turned to go inside, I found a single, discarded Happy Meal toy lying on the floor, a small plastic whistle shaped like a hamburger. I picked it up, gave it a short, sharp blow, and listened to its shrill, mediocre sound. It was the perfect anthem for 1979, cheap, colorful, slightly annoying, and entirely unnecessary. I tossed the whistle into the trash, closed the door on the 70s, and went to bed. I didn't know what the 80s would bring, but I was fairly certain of one thing. Whatever it was, it would probably require a new kind of battery and a different set of instructions that I wouldn't be able to read. But that is a story for another time. For now, the malaise was officially a memory, and the unknown was officially opened for business. And if the future looked a bit too bright and a bit too fast, well, I still had my cardigan of truth to keep me warm until the sun came up. Happy New Year, America. You've earned it. Now, for heaven's sake, go change your clothes. The end. This has been Mark Twain.